Alright, peace. This is probably going to be looked at, or can be looked at, this lecture, as part two to first part, which was about genealogy and the understanding, or really more the concept of what it is we're doing here as entities on planet Earth, number one. But if you don't want to sound that deep, just as conscious people dealing with this information, it comes down to, well, what's the point? What are you really trying to change here? You know what I mean? The furthest people get is usually their behavior, as if this is the whole goal of dealing with your ancient science, to have to update your social behavior, you know, with names, more hoteps, more exclaiming that the black woman's the queen and the goddess. Even better yet, 100 more ways to condemn white people for being who and what they are. And it brings to mind something my sister said to me one time. I'm complaining about my cat. Oh, my cat did this, my cat did this, it's fucked up, blah, 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 blah. Complaining about my own cat. And basically she said these words: how are you mad at a cat for being a motherfucking cat? To me, that shit, at the time, that shit was profound. Why am I mad, or how can I even be mad at a cat for doing cat shit? He's scratching my shit, I'm mad. But he's a cat, and that's what cats do. Why is this? This is in code. How does he know how to do this? The same shit the next cat is doing across the street for years. It's because this information has been handed down to him in his DNA, in his genes. That's who he is. But we do know this: a cat can train. You've seen motherfucking dolphins doing tricks. You've seen an elephant in a tutu at the circus. You see a lion in a cage with a bunch of men doing whatever those men say, those men's. You're also seeing seals playing horns. None of this, which is in their nature. But in the circus, we know it's through abuse, trauma, repetition, and symbols, because they cannot speak a language. That's how they change. And that's some of the things I teach in my class. Those are the ways even humans are changed: repetition, trauma, and symbols. So you have your hieroglyphs of symbols, you have your repetition, how you learn your ABCs, A, B, C, D, E, F. You kept saying it through repetition. And when people doubt that, I always say, well, if you know your ABCs, say them backwards. And nobody says them backwards because you don't know them. You memorize them in a certain repetitious way. All right? And the third thing is trauma. I explain trauma. Trauma is something that will impact your subconscious mind and change your life forever, even if you don't remember the trauma. Half of these initiations that you guys are so proud and able to do, and all those rites of passage in Africa, were traumatic. That's why you remember it. And it was only up to set up the psyche. It didn't really bring you nowhere that you weren't already there. It only brought your mind in the place that it didn't believe it was there. It was to psych you out, the psyche. So for instance, let's just take Roots. These guys were already men. But they said, once we cut your dick off, your Fatu, remember this scene, Kunta Kinte stepped up first, you'll be a man. So when they go through this trauma, psychologically, they're set up to start believing, because there's no real change from a man. Here, what states that you're a man? Age 18. You know, like I know, that ain't ready to be no man. It just lawfully says we could throw you the fuck out the house. You get what I'm saying? Then you can say the next step that makes you a man when you're 21, because you can drink. You are no more responsible or less responsible at that age. This motherfucker's 40, still acting like 18 years old. We know that. So the trauma or the initiation or the rites of passage was to psychologically make you ready, prepared for your next step. To psychologically prepare you for your next step. But you just don't grow into your next step just because you're 18, 21. We know that here. So going through this system in a culture, and the culture is set up in a way where the people are pretty much uniform thinkers. So whatever initiation or rites of passage that they set up is actually going to be effective because they have a psychological profile being in that culture. So black people in America trying to mimic initiations, mimic rites of passages or certain rituals and procedures that were created by a group of people in a psychological profile much different from yours in an African life versus an American life can never work, because psychologically it may not have the same impact, and you're only trying to impact and change through trauma. So when you hear these initiations, niggas laying on rocks for 3 days and niggas standing in positions in darkness and all of this, if you don't fear it, or if it is not stunning enough for you in the context of your culture, it's not really doing nothing. And at the best part of the day, let's say it does everything it's supposed to do, it didn't bring nothing magically in you that you didn't have. It only set up your psyche to believe you are now magical. You ever see them niggas that do these Orisha rituals and they walk around with so much fucking pride? I'm a daughter of Oshun. I'm a priest of Ogun. And you can't touch me. Ain't motherfucking, you ain't do nothing. All you did was go through some fucking old Nigerian Yoruba ritual. And in your mind, you feel you have gone to another place. But even then, because you're not in the culture and you're not in any system, you're walking around here free balling in America, that ritual only added to your ego. Because you can see, and anybody here can tell you, these Orisha motherfuckers walk around as if their doo-doo do not stink. Yahoo! Their doo-doo do not stink. And this is because everything they went through only fed their ego. It didn't even feed their heart. You get what I'm saying? It makes them feel better, and really you're not. And so anyone who's adept, see, because at the end of the day, at the core, what you're doing, you're trying to follow a tradition that's not even yours. Is yours in terms of your black and in the system of something we went through, but yours as a cultural figure, a social figure, is not. Therefore, it's not set up for you. Simple as that. It's not set up for you. Another example I use, you got one culture, one ritual, one initiation that you niggas have put all your heart in and said, this is how you become whatever the fuck it is you're trying to become. Now, if you're doing this in America and this initiation is to put a gun in your face. After this gun is put in your face, you are the daughter of motherfucking Yemenya, or the daughter of Oya, the son of motherfucking Shango, whatever the fuck it is you like to think is going to make you feel better about you still paying rent, still paying your taxes, still working a regular job, but you feel better because you're the daughter of fucking Oshun while you're doing it. This ridiculous shit. See, that's why you cannot build up the ego in these titles, because you're still here in America and you're having this American experience, you're having this human experience, yet you chose to let others rule you at this time for the lesson that you learned. Embrace the lesson, embrace the journey that you on. You get what I'm saying? So I'm not going to sit here and make myself high and mighty than now. What's happening internally, what's happening in the genes, what's happening in the genetics for me is where I shout, cheerlead, and and hold my honors at. Walking around this motherfucker, you in Walmart just like everybody else, whether you a daughter of Ogun, whatever title you want to call yourself. So we know we just dealing with the ego here. So what you want to do is have this understanding and understanding the difference between science and a traditionalist. So as I was saying, if this ritual is to put a gun in your face to scare you, then after you go through this process, they say you've made it. If they did that to Theo Huxtable, based upon what we know about his character, and what we know about his character is he's a Huxtable. You put a gun in his face, he's going to talk about that for the rest of his life. Meaning it's probably going to be so traumatic, so shocking to him that that this would have an effect that impact him, that he could define it as before and after. My life before the gun, my life after the gun. So after the gun, this whole reality has changed. Therefore, if they said, now you're a priest of Ogun, now you can hold your own house, now you can get married, now you can have kids. That's something he will be able to believe, because he would say, that's who I was before, and this is who I am now. And if the tribe dictates after this event, and I know I feel different, then this is what I'm now ready for. And because the ancestors, the cultures, the shamans, the elders say it, then that's what it must be. So you become psychologically ready to have a kid, such and such and such. But if you was Tookie Williams' son, and Tookie Williams, the dude that started the Crips, you kind of can speculate that he's seen guns before, maybe even had guns pointed at him. So now he goes through the same ritual of pointing the guns, but this wasn't a big thing for him. So when they say now you're ready for a kid, you're ready to have a house, you're ready to settle down, you're ready to do all of these things, he sits there and goes, but I don't feel different. There's no before and after. I was the same guy before that I am now. So psychologically, nothing's really changed in his psyche for him to have the confidence to say, it's time for me to have my own house, time for me to move my parents' house. I can take care of my own. How do I know I can take care of myself? How do I know I can hunt and feed my family and take care of kids? Because I remember me before, and I went through this process that these elders, the ancestors, these elders, these shamans said makes me ready. Not for Tookie though, William's son, because this happened before to him. It's not a big deal. For Theo, he might be ready to move out of Dr. Huxtable's house for that. So y'all got to understand on a more practical level, when you're having these debates or somebody's telling you, you have to be initiated to even be in the game. I don't hear too much of that no more, because that little hustle wore off. Because what I noticed was everybody was saying, get in this magic full blown. Don't stop till you get enough. You know what I'm saying? And when you feel like you need to stop, you need to go more dark side, nigga. Hit the dark side. This is because they were all students of Bobby Hemmett, and all Bobby Hemmett talked about was black people getting in magic. He introduced a lot of it, the occult side, to black folks. So, but what changed, or what happened, or what I noticed was when MySpace came about, you had for the first time a lot of black people who were interested in magic and only knew what they may have read in books or heard from traditional understandings of how magic is done, performed, and what it is, to be a part of it, which primarily came up with initiations, most of all. Now, but they hadn't heard much of Bobby because YouTube hadn't exploded yet, but Bobby was saying all you need to do is get in it as a scientist as opposed to a traditionalist. So there was a whole nother occult understanding. People actually didn't know about the occult understanding. They knew about the traditional magical rumors that they heard and what did you need to do to be down. So everybody heard about tradition. They didn't know there was a whole occult science. See, and most of this occult science has been rehashed by white folks. It's our shit, but you got to remember, we were sleeping. So they went whole full-fledged. Why? Not because it has nothing to do with them in terms of what they created, but it has everything to do with them with what they need to save themselves. So they went full hard in our occult science. First of all, the dark side, Osiris that you love is the Lord of the perfect black. Osiris is the underworld. He's the Lord of the underworld. Anubis takes you through the underworld. You know what I'm saying? That's the dark side. That's the foundation of occult science. The Goetia, the 72 demons of occult science. Set, which is your pineal gland, which is the fallen one, your pineal gland, Satan, has 72 helpers. There's 72 chakras on your pineal gland, which are the 72 Goetia. So all that dark shit that they talk about is nothing but your black ass and concepts in you. The occult science is yours, but you have white people who have no traditions, who have no cultures. All they have is the science, which was what we were doing in Egypt or before as scientists, as opposed to cultural members. So now it's made to look as if we were full of tradition, because you see niggas doing nothing but jumping around, which is later day Africa shit. Once you couldn't have the experience personally, it was left up to the shaman to tell you how to enjoy, how to access, how to dance, what day to do it on, what not to do, what to do, which became superstition. At first, it became tradition. So it became traditionally in each culture to do this, that, or the other. Don't do that on Tuesday. To access this one, that one, the other. You must do that. You mustn't do that. And then it became tradition. Then for years of tradition, it became superstition. Oh, if you do that, you're going to get in trouble. You never do that. Never stand in the doorway without candy for a leg bar. Never put that in the water. Never blow out your candles. Never do all of this. And that superstition later gave way to religion. So now that we're in a religious system and one or two heads pop out and say, wait a minute, this ain't right. This ain't right. Then they say, well, we need to take it back. And then they'll go back as far as tradition, culture. Even most go back to superstition, because even you got a whole bunch of so-called conscious people walking around, oh, Oshun needs 31 glasses of water, or else I think Oshun is mad with me, I got to do all of this. So they're in the superstition area of the game. And remember, out of religion, the superstition was you go to heaven and go to hell. It's all piggybacks off each other. And then you have, let's say you get out of the superstition, which most really haven't, they get into tradition. So they dress up African, and I'm Afrocentric, and village speak, and then they'll stand up in front of people. My elders, if they allow me to speak, they mimic African traditions. Not saying nothing's wrong with it. If it's working for you, have at it. Not judging it. But ultimately, there was a time before that when we were scientists. So now all these MySpace folks started, who used to yell dark side and get any means necessary, get in this magic motherfucker, you know what I'm saying? Started seeing there was a whole world of black folks who were asking to be, where's my phone at? There was a whole world of black folks who were asking to be what do you call it? A whole world of black folks who were asking to be initiated. And it wasn't even based upon no fucking science. How do I know this? Because the spookier your MySpace page was, the more advanced people thought you were. Before they heard a word that I had to say, or any knowledge or metaphysics that I can spew out that they may say, oh wow, that guy is knowledgeable. before any of all of that. I just had pictures. My MySpace page looked spooky enough, and I got hundreds of messages about, can you initiate me? They don't know who or the fuck what I was and what's the price. Now, I maintained my motherfucking integrity and was like, you don't need that. But there was those who used to scream dark side and get with this shit, motherfuckers, it's your only hope, who started seeing this money, and then they started changing their little dialogue on the blog talk shows into the fear aspect. Remember, I told you the superstition is a part of this, which is nothing more than just fear. So you started hearing them say, if you get with this by yourself, you're going to get fucked up. You need someone to experience to bring you through so you don't get fucked up. You know, because basically I said, wait a minute, you was just yelling how much the dark side is detrimental to your health. You know what I'm saying? Mimicking Bobby Hemmett. And now all of a sudden, you know, everybody needs to be initiated the proper way before they get their lives fucked up. Telling stories how somebody tried it and they can't get these voices out their head. This fear shit based upon people's ignorance of it. I don't hear too much of that ignorance because there's been a lot of YouTube videos that get people past that part of the game. I hear a different type of ignorance now. But it's not the ignorance of plain fear about getting fucked up anymore. Because this is your shit. How do you get fucked up off yourself? There's nothing out there that's outside of you. If it's outside of you, or you feel it's outside of you, that's your perception based upon your ignorance. Ain't nothing to fear but fear itself. Fear is what you do not understand. Fear is what you do not understand. So you have people playing on your lack of understandings, talking about, I can initiate you and make you feel good in this. Because they read one or two more books, but don't really know shit themselves. Ain't really breaking through themselves. Most of them just gave up now. So this initiation concept is like, who initiated? Then there's always, who initiated the first motherfucker here? When did initiations came about? Or you need to go back. What is initiation? An initiation could be anything. It could be an act. See, here's the difference. What most of them are talking about is what's called ritual or ceremonial initiation. Let me say that again. What they're trying to promote to you is ritual or ceremonial initiation. But there was a white boy, and I hate to use this reference because once he said it, or because these niggas was debating, because I'm now saying fuck initiation, and then you got people who were trying to do it early on in the blog talk thing. They lost, if you want to say it. But you had one nigga who asked a white person. This white person didn't know shit. He just read these books, these chaos magic books. He made a whole religion. Chaos magic is melanin magic. Chaos is melanin in the blood. Understand the difference between chaos and havoc. Chaos on earth is havoc because you can't understand it in the realm of matter. The occult understanding of chaos is what they call potential energy. Energy on earth is either kinetic energy or energy that's well defined. A doorknob is a doorknob. So since we have defined that energy of a doorknob, it only has a purpose as a doorknob. A pen is a pen. Once we define it and call it what it is, then it's used for writing. It's not used for creating movies anymore because that energy has been defined. Or if we create a computer, let's say, and then as the computer keeps evolving and has different purposes, there was a time where a computer was just used to play video games, or there's a time a computer was just used for a word processor. Then you added email. Now you can play video games. Now you can Skype. Now you can record. Now you can go on Facebook. So this one tool, this one computer that we define has evolving or moving or kinetic energy. Energy that's still moving. Now, chaos energy is potential energy, meaning it's an energy that out of it, anything can be created. Black people are chaos people. All right? That's your melanin. Your chaos people, which means out of you, anything here can be created. And out of you, almost anything was. That's why you're the greatest creators, the greatest inventors, because you have access to the realm of chaos, which is before the realm of creation. Creation is the realm of the gods. Who is God? A creator. Who are you? A titan. The realm of chaos. You're a chaos being. You understand what I'm saying? So when you even calling yourself a god, that's just a level you obtain. That's just an awareness you obtain on planet Earth to say, well, I'm the creator, which really means I'm creating all the reality around me. Magic. All right. So when all you niggas is calling with your questions, how do you do that, how to do that, but I'm a god, technically you're not, because you have to reach to the level of where you understand you a creator. God 7, balanced chakras, 7 continents, 7 seas, the master of the 7 seas. I've sailed the 7 seas. So when you master this planet, God 7, the Lord, then you become a god. That's why the 5%ers said the number 7 is the number of God, because that means you master creation. But when you start dealing with your occult science, your dark science, you become what they call the great old ones. You become the titans. That's what Osiris, Lord of the Perfect Black, that's what them niggas is talking about. That's why Osiris is not on the planet and his mythology isn't on the planet. He's the underworld. He's the chaos being. You get what I'm saying? His advocate on planet Earth is who? Horus, the sun god, the conscious sun god. You represent the sun god. Set represents you who have fallen, the brother of the god Osiris, the fallen you. So he represents you on Earth in the resistance your humanity offers. That resistance is you niggas sitting around talking about we need to be initiated. We need to worry about Michael Brown. We need to worry about motherfucking Trayvon Martin. We need to worry about chemtrails. We need to worry about the white man, what he's going to do. We need to know the GMO food. All those things may be relevant, but if they take precedence over your goddamn dark side understanding, your dark side access, your dark side magic, your dark side realization, the alchemy that you're doing in understanding who and what you are as a motherfucking melanated chaos being, guess what? You ain't doing shit. Yahoo! You ain't doing shit. So y'all niggas need to get with it for real. Stop bullshitting, playing with this, and tickling yourself with this goddamn information. Because I know I've been telling you straight out what it is. I'm giving you understanding that you're not finding in too many places. I would suggest you motherfucking utilize it. This is a system of accessing. This is not a system of theory and do it on the weekends and, oh, peace and I love you and blessed but love you. Oh, know your magic. Fuck all of that shit. Better know thyself. Yourself is magic. Magic is an extension of yourself. Most people don't know themselves. Talking about they know their motherfucking magic. You don't know what the fuck magic is. I guarantee you that. I guarantee you that. You don't know what the fuck magic is. To say you fucking know it. Know yourself. Motherfuckers to tell me I'm doing this and soulless and soul traveling. So then you ask them what the fuck is a soul, and they have no idea what it is, or even where to study it. If I ask you right now, what's the best information on the planet to study the soul, we would have a problem. So you got to get your mind right. You know what I'm saying? You got to get your mind right. And most of us, mind isn't even set up to study this correctly. That's the thing I show you in my classes. How to even set your mind up to get these concepts. So what I want to do today is, as I did pointed out, I talked about in the last lecture, but this is pretty much part 2, with a little extra spice on it, about really white folks and their placement on the world scheme. And I skipped around into the major points. skipped around and talked about and gave you plenty of resources about their creation, other documents and other sources that came out of one book where the guy Paul Laurence Gaultier did the research, because we understood and most accessible to us about the creation of the white man, the only man at the time that was bold enough to share that with us in the time where we thought white people were from heaven based upon Jesus Christ, was our good brother Elijah Muhammad in the book Making of the Black Man, where he talked about the origins and the creation of the white race. But then it could be debated that, well, we know the Muslims feel the white man is the devil. So he may have just made that up, you know what I mean, to support this devil theory. You know what I'm saying? We know that's not the real religion and all of this kind of shit like that. So what you had, and there's actually two books, and I'm sure there's actually more, was this book, Making of the White Man. Get on Amazon right now and read it for yourself. Go through the detail. Paul Laurence Guthrie, Guthrie, right here. And another good book, Book of Yaqub, Father of the Caucasian Race, second edition by Rashid El Muhammad. Of course, both of these guys are, like, both of these books are on Amazon, and both of these guys are primarily expanding on Elijah Muhammad's work. So when you could put in your mind in some sort of way, or it could be kind of put out there that Elijah Muhammad was just saying that, these guys bring scholarship. And it's not like Elijah Muhammad didn't have scholarship, but at the time, he was at a time where people weren't trying to cross-reference as much. They just needed somebody to say some shit. And even though Elijah Muhammad is clear by the references he was using was steeped in occult science all fucking day. See, the numbers he used, this nigga said black people come from triple darkness. And then when you get into Kabbalah, there's the triple nothingness. Ein Sof, and Ein Sofar. Then he says, and then the one out of the four worlds, the last world is like Asiya or something like that. I think I'm pronouncing it right. And he's like the black man's from Asia. So all of these things started adding up. Just the mere fact, and even Father Allah, just the mere fact to use a number system against words in the supreme alphabet is occult science. What's that? Gematria or tetrahedron, whatever, tetragrammaton, one of them, or gematria, whichever one. In Kabbalah, every word is connected with a number. And the concept is, if one word adds up to the same number as the next word, even though they may not have any relationship, universally, that frequency, it means the same thing. And one of the greatest examples they use is serpent. Its numerological value in gematria, or I think it's gematria. I'll just say gematria. If not, is tetragrammaton. I think it's gematria. All of those are subsystems in Kabbalah anyway. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I'm not even a Kabbalah fan. I dealt with the Kalipov, and even all of that shit is fragmented. You know what I'm saying? Kabbalah is fragmented. And I'm from I can eat from the tree of knowledge, not just the tree of life. The Daf is the gateway to the backside of the tree, which is the tree of knowledge. I think I broke that down thoroughly, and it's already on YouTube in one of the dark side, where you need to understand this a little bit better. Point is that, damn, what was I just talking about? I don't even remember. Okay, so Father Allah understood, okay, that the numbers and the words, just by doing that, is trying to get young minds who are getting back into it thinking. Unfortunately, I don't think that work was actually really completed. So now the word Messiah, this is the one they always use, and the word serpent have the same numerical frequency. So that tells you absolute, without question, no matter what story you're hearing, the word Messiah and the word serpent mean the same thing. So the serpent in the Garden of Eden on the tree, which we're still debating about this, Kabbalistically they understand it means the same thing. That serpent is a Messiah. So that Kundalini energy, serpent is the Messiah. And that is what Jesus Christ is. Kundalini, Jesus Christ, classically known as the Messiah, is Kundalini, is the serpent. And we know the serpent and Christ are just different polarities. Satan and Christ are different polarities of the same thing. So we know this, but numerically that was already answered out. Love and unity have the same numerical frequency in Kabbalah. So this was brought to young minds when they, one is Allah, two is B is born, and two is and these numbers. The numbers of today's mathematics. They would ask you what's today's mathematics. 1 is knowledge, 2 is wisdom, 3 is understanding, and 4 is culture, freedom. Or don't get me to 7 is God, of course. 8, something, power, unity. I never was a 5%er, but you got hold of the doctrines. Now, so when they was showing you that mathematics and the days come with words and understanding, bridging this together, it was heavy science. We don't even have to get to what they were saying. The mere fact they were trying to get black minds to think in this way, to think in this context, speaks volumes. And he's a student directly of Elijah Muhammad, Father Allah. Now, so these 2 books are pretty good at backing up his work. In a time where they said we're going to take it to the next level, a bunch of scholars and a bunch of bibliography. Now, the second thing is Bobby Hemmett did a video called Human Artificial, which is all over YouTube, where you can sit down and get a direct occult understanding and some more resources of this creation story of the white race. So there is no doubt in my mind, and it shouldn't be any doubt in your mind, of this story as being a valid or very close to somewhat valid. Now, understanding what we understand now, there's really nothing new on planet Earth. We heard that metaphysical fact. Then what does that mean? You think cloning is new then? If there's nothing new on planet Earth, then how could they present you with cloning and act like they're about to do something? No, cloning is old, and that grafting process is a form of cloning. Of course, even though Elijah Muhammad was the first one to say graft, and then they told you there's backed up stories in the Shahad Namah, which is a Persian text talking about how they took the lightest of the light, then the albino, then the son of the albino made the white race, which is grafting. And but Elijah Muhammad also said they were made out of pig, rat, cat, and dog. And we never really knew what the white man is pig, rat, cat, and dog, or some shit like that. Rat, cat, and dog. We never really knew what that shit meant, or you kind of could say it, and you just was disgusted with it. But when you see all the cloning shit today, that's what they fucking with. You know what I'm saying? Pigs, rats, growing hairs on rats, and all of that shit, based upon the skin type, the skin texture. And they said white man is really closest to a pig, his skin, and all this kind of shit. What it does is really close to a pig. How it interacts with the sun is really close to a pig. So when you hear that, what you're hearing is cloning. That's the shit they doing right now, cloning. So he did, when he said that, even though he said grafting, that was for minds back then to understand a process. You know, you could figure you put 2 light-skinned kids together, they're not gonna have a dark-skinned baby. You know what I'm saying? Only lighter. My sister is extremely light. My parents are dark, if not darker than me. I'm actually light. But my grandfather is extremely light because they were Creole. So my sister has a Creole skin complexion, real fair skin. Looks like who did you say? You know, lighter than Halle Berry. Halle Berry looks half white. Except my sister has a golden glow. Halle Berry, she used to have that golden glow until she started fucking monsters balling. She doesn't really have that glow. That little bit of melanin shine in her, it will suppress itself based upon instructions. So the more she stopped fucking with niggas, the more she was suppressing that glow. Because melanin, listen, it just doesn't do what it wants. It takes instruction from your mind. So why nothing's happening for us is not because somebody's doing something to us. It's because we agreed that somebody's doing something to us. And since we agreed that somebody's doing something to us, our melanin only serves us accordingly. You get what I'm saying? And that's based upon trauma. I told you that's how you impact it. You've been traumatized to death. You think them police videos of you filming police beating black folks is doing something to somebody? All that's doing is adding to your trauma. You're showing them as supreme, putting these videos around. You're showing their prowess as they stomp on a black man's head. This is tapping in your fucking basic Willie Lynch feel. Your basic Willie Lynch feel. So then the next thing we talked about in the last video, just so we're still on point, is this shit here. This book called Dirt, which you'll be hard pressed to find. I had the original. I found that shit in a used bookstore on 14th Street. Somebody begged to hold it, and you know, I stopped fucking them, and then all hell broke loose, and they kept my shit. So that book Dirt is probably on their shelf collecting dust. But my man Azariah, who's excellent at finding any resource possible, I knew all I had to do was call him Azazel El Bay, and from New York. So he mailed me out this with a hot package, and you know, we sent him something back. Of course, that's how we do as black folk. And so he got me the book. So if you're trying to get this book or a reference, you probably want to go see if Azazel could get it for you. Maybe he could. Maybe he'll start selling it. I can't promise. You know, he's on Facebook. He's around. You know, see whatever. And I could never really get through this whole book. That's how devastating it is. But through half the book, I gave you some highlights. I read half this book up until my highlights. And like I said, when I feel like it, you know, like I said, I'm more interested in studying me than studying them. But I think I read enough to make the point in the context of the lecture that I just put up. And it's like Brother Panic, Alchemy of Your Genetics. It's right on YouTube. It's on the same channel. It's not hard to find. And I think enough to make the point. And this basically told you, this is called Dirt, a social history as seen through the uses and abuses of dirt by Terrence McLaughlin. I think I read enough to give you the kind of understanding of how after the caves, because in the Making of the White Man, it tells you about how they lived in the caves and something they call these hovels, these long limestone caves that had a long tube. They would climb down this tube and there would be an opening at the end of that tube. And that's where they would eat, sleep, and what they would do, you know, that's where they get their little peace of mind. They could hide from some things. And what they would do is cover the opening with manure or their own feces. That's to protect them, number one. And number two, the shit heat. The heat coming off that shit used to be, I guess, you know, what they needed, you know what I'm saying? Keep that ass warm. So it just told you that lifestyle. Started telling when they started about the wall. It told you about Musa, how they were roped in. That's where you get the name Europe, because they were roped in the Caucasus Mountains. Basically, no one could do nothing with this creation. There were predictions of the calamity, the pestilence that they would cause on planet Earth one day. There's predictions. So we never was taken by stormed by them. We were never baffled, and their prowess never came up. Somehow we brung them here for a purpose, even if we consciously don't understand that purpose as human beings. We are always in control. So there's a higher purpose. We would have never left this one. First of all, we need to understand, and we're about to, because that's where I was going next in the old lecture, which I'm about to pick on now, the true understanding of your true problem. And your true problem is actually being human. All of these things that you can complain about are actually layered on top of your core problem. Your core problem is that you incarnated as a human. Now, and we're going to speak on this. So the white man is only a tool or a reaction to your humanity. You get what I'm saying? But since we did bring him into existence and his DNA, our DNA is in him, that allows him a path for transformation. The problem is what he needs to do has nothing to do with us. See, and we want to be clear. Do I have a problem with white people as a whole? No, I have a problem with humanity as a whole, and I have a problem with the role white people play against us and how they fall and how most fall in line through ignorance. So I have more of a problem with ignorance because you have less than 1% of white people who are actually making policy and actually doing conscious things against the black race. 99.9% of the white people walking around have no fucking idea. They are walking around falling in line with white supremacy because they have no idea. There's nothing in them that tells them anything else. They just be their greatest conscious movement is conspiracy. Other than that, they have nothing. So most of them fall in line. So the average white person on the street, how can you have a problem with them? If you have a problem with them, all you are is what they made you to be. Give them saying as a racist, and I discussed those titles. You're what they made them to be as a bigot, because black people can't be racist by their definition, but a bigot and prejudice and acting and reacting to them. If every white person gets you sick and and you can't say nothing to a white person, that's still small-minded. You're bigger than that. You get what I'm saying? They're not. Most white people, they're just stupid as any other black person. You can't be mad. It could be frustrating. You get what I'm saying? The same way you're frustrated with a nigga trying to tell you about Christianity. But how can you be really mad? This motherfucker is under mind control. And you should be more mad at black people because there's a pathway for them to get out, but they can't recognize it. White people really don't have great amounts of shit to get out of. They can only get out through us. That's why they're so busy copying us. They want to be a nigga, but don't want to be a nigga. Because the only real way they can get out is through us. Because they don't have nothing to rely on. We already discussed their origins in the cave and then in Europe, in that book Dirt. We see there's nothing to look back towards there too. Everything they could look back towards Europe as a place of culture is actually an illusion, because we started even those cultures as Moors. They have nothing but us. And until they come to terms with that, you have this 1% telling them to hate us. While the average white person wants to be a rapper. Remember when rap first came out on MTV? White people ate it up. They ain't got nothing. Rock and roll is a degraded version of Jimi Hendrix, a degraded version of Ike Turner, which is Ike Turner was a master at rock and roll. Why do you think they eliminated his goddamn character? When Tina Turner herself later said it wasn't really like that. After she sold all her books and What's Love Got to Do with It, I'm Your Private. After she did all that wild shit, but she wanted her own money to go on her own. She did it, and she demonized Ike to do it. Later on, she herself said it wasn't really like that. When me and Ike fought, we fought each other. And Ike was saying all the time, no, we went at it, but it wasn't really like that. Well, y'all making me out to see. But Leonard Nimoy, who just died, Spock, beat his bitch. The dude from Little House on the Prairie beat his bitch. Captain Kirk drowned his hoe. You know what I'm saying? But these niggas don't get that poster boy ass whipping. Bobby Hemming told me about 3 more motherfuckers that were white icons that got hit up on domestic abuse, but they were icons. They don't get that Ike Turner on. See, Ike Turner was an outspoken, conscious advocate for rock and roll. This nigga went at all them niggas. Chuck, that nigga, I found my thrills on Blueberry Hills. That dude, Fats Domino, Chubby Checker, I believe. Ike used to shit on them niggas in public. That ain't real rock and roll, you fake ass niggas. The same way we used to talk about the crossover niggas, Ike Turner was that nigga. You seen a little bit of that kind of shit in What Love's Got to Do with It. When they asked Ike, what about the Beatles? And Tina answered was like, I said, that ain't nothing but niggas from Europe. You know what I'm saying? The Ike was on that shit. The Beatles invasion, fuck that. He coming over eating our shit. He was that nigga. So they assassinated his character, Ike Turner. Y'all niggas need to get with that nigga. Set energy. When I got with that motherfucker, he comes through. He said, nigga, I feed off of you motherfuckers. I was like, all right, what we need to do here? He's like, man, I love that shit. Niggas deified me by calling me this so-called evil thing, because that's an energy too. When there's no evil or good on the other side of the universe, where he's at now, it's not looked at he did bad deeds and he's the bad man. It's just another energy where y'all all saying he's the poster boy for Ike. And guess what? Ike said, yeah, he's still feeding off of that Chris Brown shit. Y'all better know it's a whole different culture. The word occult means hidden culture. So while you sitting around arguing, why they doing that to Chris Brown? Ike Turner said, that's me. I'm feeding. Keep the party hot. Y'all better know something. Y'all can know something. Y'all better get in my class. I teach you this shit here. OccultLectures.com. Go see me. We about to start a class now. I'm going to teach y'all some real shit. Not this fake ass internet shit being passed around. Motherfucking goddamn vegetables and goddamn yoga shit. You know what I'm saying? That's sweet, that's great, that's for the human body. But I'm teaching you something for your spirit, for your mind, for your change, for your alchemy, the worlds to come. You get what I'm saying? The worlds to come. What you gonna do when you ain't got nobody? Yoga? What you gonna do when you ain't got nobody? And let me tell you, it's inevitable. Everyone dies. I don't give a fuck how healthy you are. You're gonna die. Are you prepared? Because your mind never dies. It still exists. So tell me, what the fuck you know about the death realm that's going to help you? Probably nothing. But let's get this straight. How come the Kamites did nothing but study motherfucking death, huh? Because they were preparing themselves for what you call the next world. Because they knew that was the important world. Because that's the world that lasts forever. That's the world that lasts forever. Thanology. Remember that? What's it called? No, actually, thanatology. Thanatology. Definition. I talked about thanatology. Thanatology is the description or study of the phenomena of death and the psychological mechanisms for coping with them. I'm a thanatologist. The study I study is thanatology. I suggest you get into it. And thanatology has nothing to do with vegetables. Show me the hieroglyph that shows that talks about diet. Just because the niggas is in positions and you made it yoga, that's excellent. You made a science off of it. That's commendable. That's advanced. That's much needed. But that's not what they were talking about to get in the afterworld. We're talking about to cure and deal with the body. But you have one while you're here. Listen, I don't want to be kooky and act like it's one thing against the other. It is not. But I suggest you don't walk around here like understanding organic vegetables is the end all to be all. All right? You don't need to do that. You know what I'm saying? You don't need to do that. There are masters here who teach you yoga, and if that's your thing, go for it. You know what I'm saying? I need to get my ass stretching soon. You know what I'm saying? I drink green juice and all the rest of that shit. I also drink a Pepsi now and then. You know what I'm saying? Because that's what's going to make this shit hot. Yahoo! So now, the idea is you better understand, you need to have a broader picture. You niggas swear you holistic, well, let's be holistic. You can't be holistic in just health. You can't be holistic in just yoga. You can't be holistic in just Orisha. Holistic means you have to be a scientist. You need to factor in all stimuli. All right? That's what you talk. Well, let's talk it. You know what I'm saying? And then you have to realize something. What your body will leave. So if you did all this work to enhance a body, you are embracing true death. All I'm doing is eating these vegetables. True death. Because you're going to die. I don't give a fuck how much real cheese you avoid. You're going to die. What's left? Only thing that's left is your divine mind. What do you know about how to interoperate? Because the Egyptians' entire goal was once they die, not to come back. I need you to be honest with yourself if you're not going to be honest with me. Do you know what to do not to come back? That's you. Your name is Ptah. Your name is Sekhmet. So do you know what to do not to come back? If you ain't going to be honest with me, be honest with yourself. And remember, your ancients were trying to get out the circles of time, get out the circles of death. Reincarnation is nothing but reincarceration. So your ancestors were trying to do that. Are you trying to do the same thing? Do you know how? Do you know where you go when you die? Huh? Do you know if there's any... and after that, do you know what's more? What's next? What will you experience? What will you see? Well, you niggas can learn it in my class. That's what you can do. Because I'm not going to tell you everything for goddamn free, because that's what we have a problem with that. We want everything for free. Motherfuckers ask me all sorts of ridiculous questions. My new answer is, you know what? I will answer every ridiculous notion you have. But now it's called a consultation. So you can go to my website, occultlectures.com, get a consultation. You get an hour, or you can get a 2-hour consultation, and you can ask me anything that comes to your motherfucking mind. But see, people don't, when I send them consultation, they don't want to do it. They want it for free. Which means to me, at a certain level, you don't value it. And not just for the consultations with class. You know what I'm saying? The people who take in class, which have been many now, when I give them what's real, I have to at least say and judge by that the fact that they paid, that they want what's real, that they're willing to pay for it and kind of cherish it a little bit more when you pay. You know what I'm saying? Like, and of course I need to pay my rent. That's one thing. So it's washing my back, but it still offers me a way to separate the men from the boys. There's a guy who took my class, and he's telling somebody in the middle of the class, in the middle of the cycle he was in, my boy Eli actually. And Eli's like, yo, I was telling him I'm taking Parents class. How much? Parents class is very modest. Told him the price, which you guys will find out on the website, occultlectures.com. And he said, oh, no, I'm not paying that. I'm like, niggas will make you pay like thousands for classes. I don't even do that. But okay, this is really chump change for what you get. You know what I'm saying? For what you getting. Don't take my word for it. Testimonies are on the site. Go under the About Me area in Panic. You can see my testimonies. You can see Khadijah's testimonies. And you can hear people themselves. When I send you the information about the class, you can email the people who's taken the class. Email the people who's taken the class and ask them what they got out of it. You sure can do that. Now, he asked the dude said, oh man, that's too much. I ain't paying that. I have no way. That nigga Panic, that nigga crazy. Then the next week, Eli decided to test him and said, Panic said you can come to the class for free. Oh, word? What's his address? I'm ready to go. Let's take it down. And the nigga said, psych. So basically, when it's free, look how excited he was. You know what I'm saying? But when you have to pay something, now, I don't really care. It says more about you than it says about me. You know what I'm saying? I need to pay my rent. When I pay the rent, the mortgage, all that's really saying is I'm able to keep bringing you information, because this information is free. I got over hundreds and hundreds of man hours of lectures of free life-changing information. So we're not going to sit here and act like this shit is about money. This shit is about this. Everything I offer is an option for you to buy. I think it's a good option for a very good price. The herb pack to open up your pineal. What the fuck do you got to lose?
Facebook.
And And first of all, I'm 5 to 6 years deep in herb packs. Ain't no question if the shit works. But I'm gonna do you one better. Let's say in your mind it don't work, and let's say you get it and it doesn't work for you. Let's take that fantasy for a second. Number one, you spent fucking $25. Number two, what the fuck do you got to lose? Let's say you tried and it don't work, you only out $25. I've never had that problem. Every single person has hit me back and said it's done something. A couple of you said, I don't feel nothing. Then after a couple of weeks, based upon how much cloudiness they have in their Pioneer, okay, I am able to sleep more, or I get to chat out my mind more. I'm able to focus more. Things are coming to me. And then there's motherfuckers who can't live without this shit. Repeat customer is not even the word. Repeat customer is not even the word. The motherfuckers been buying from me like goddamn crack babies. You get what I'm saying? The point is, I would say even if you tried it for $25 and it doesn't work, what did you have to lose? What did you have to lose? So, all of that to say, for a very modest price, I understand that, but you have an option. If you don't buy it, you can listen to this shit, and I'm sure many have forever for free. So you never can get me on, he's trying to get people this and that, this and that. Everything I offer helps you. I know this. This is not even a guess. I know this. This is something that I know. So, occultlectures.com. I'm about to start the classes. Now's the time to get in them. We start in a couple of weeks, so jump on it right now. We got a lot of spots. A lot of people just got their little tax checks. So last month was sick in terms of how many people were in the class. You know what I mean? Everybody's getting their little tax money. But, you know, get back to regular business. Class is about to start. Come on now. Come to the website, occultlectures.com, herb packs, so on and so forth. And readings. Masterful readings. My queen does the readings. And first of all, I'm about to put up more readings. She does fairy readings. And what she's doing, and they're ready, and they're fucking awesome, are children's readings. She does readings for your baby. So you have, a lot of people are always asking me about, what should I do for my kid? What should I do for my kid? What my kid? And I'm going to be actually honest. I really don't give a fuck about your kid. What I teach is for grown-ups. But I do understand there's a need for this. So that's where Khadijah comes in. So what you should do for your kids, what you think you need your teenagers, especially teenagers. We have motherfuckers that's coming out of teens, 20-year-olds that still live in your fucking basement like ours do, and all the rest of that kind of shit. What you should do, there's a reading for that now. Khadijah does that. And you have a newborn baby or a baby in the womb, Khadijah does that now. For all stages of your fucked up children, if your daughter wants to become a stripper and you just can't do it, she'll do a reading on it. In fact, maybe have to tell your ass, no, keep her ass on the pole. That's where all the magic happens for her. Never know. Get that children's reading. Of course, we have primo Akashic record readings. Real Akasha. Where you ain't going to find out you were the king of fucking England. You were fucking a goddamn Ptah in another life. The shit that you want to hear, you ain't going to hear all that shit. You're going to hear what you need to hear to give you direction in where your next step is. These motherfuckers are on fire. You don't have to take my word for it. Go read testimonies on her page from the people who have taken her readings. The page starts from the top and started from the bottom. Now we're here, level of the game. All the way you scroll forever at all the motherfuckers who are giving her props in such a short time that she turned this reading on. This, I promise you. Read for yourself. You don't got to take my words like I'm hustling you or hyping you up about her readings, her Akashic record readings. And there's always a standard gateway reading. You know, tell you what's going on with your life. Deluxe gateway reading. A consultation with her. I have to put this on the website because you need to understand a consultation is not a reading. I do consultations. She also does consultations. A consultation is a question and answer session between me and you, or you and her. So people who have these abundance of questions of what they should do, that's when you get a consultation. You can get a consultation with me, either a deluxe or a regular one, an hour or 2 hours. You can get a consultation with her if you want. But a consultation is not a reading. A lot of people have getting consultations from her and really want a reading, so they get a reading. A couple of people one person got a consultation with me and thought they want to get a reading with me. I know how to do readings. I'm not doing it. It's too taxing. Doing this, all this lecturing, classes, and not to mention nailing out your shit. Like, for instance, this is the next stack of shit that's going out. You know what I'm saying? Of motherfucking herb packs and products, which will be going out this week. You know, well, that's about two weeks of shit. You know what I'm saying? So I'm always sending out. I'm always working. So when you ask me, well, where's my herb pack? Ain't nobody forgot about your monkey ass. It's just motherfuckers ahead of you. You know what I'm saying? That got to get served first. I've always said this. Let me say it again, as a matter of fact, now. This is not motherfucking eBay. This is not Amazon. You will get your shit. I always have a problem with UK people. I always keep trying to send it. It's very expensive. If anybody has another solution for UK people for them to get served faster, please tell me, because I've been trying to find it. So UK people always emailing, well, I didn't get it, and there's no way to track it once you send it. That's the foul part. Once you send it, I can only see that it's left the post office, but when it gets to customs, it may be an issue. So, you know, only thing I could do is resend and try again and make sure you got the correct address. But that's what we do. But the US people, y'all in the system. Y'all get it. What I do is process it. It's sitting there. It's just waiting for product and to be packaged and shipped. As you can see, as I held them up, those are already people who their package is ready to go. Just needs to be filled and shipped. After this lecture, I'm gonna bring my son up here. We're gonna pack and get ready to ship out Monday for a whole bunch of that shit. I usually send out the most 50 in a sitting, the least 30. So everybody's gonna get their shit. It's just that I can't rush it. There's a lot to do. This takes a lot of work to come up with the research for a lecture. So if you want me to be a mail boy or you want me to teach you, you let me know. You know what I'm saying? But you will get your shit. I know you're excited about it. Motherfucker tell you they can open up your pineal, you want it. So I do understand that. I have patience for that. And like I said, people are different. My regulars know, they don't sweat it. They know it's coming. They order way before they run out. I would suggest you do that. If you're a second timer, just order way ahead before that. But I get a lot of first timers. I want you first timers to understand there are people who've been getting this product for 5 years, even before you even heard of this product. So there's a lot of regulars that don't take precedence over you and my shipping, but there's just a lot of orders that are just routine. And then routine people get different, more complex orders, oils and crystals and baths and all of the rest of these things. Not to mention, if I have to wait 4 or 5 days if I run out of herb pack. I just got a new batch now. That's why that looks so heavy right there, because I was out of herbs. Now I'm about to mix up a new batch. Just got a fresh order, and we keep it rolling. So y'all need to understand how this works, what I'm about. Ain't nobody trying to jip you. Like, people order herb pack. I knew this was too good to be true, and black people, and I'm like, dude, you paid $30. Stop crying like it's the worst end of the world. But even if you pay $1 to me, I owe you something. You're gonna get it. You gotta just wait. You know what I'm saying? So I meet all types. Some motherfuckers are just cool. Hey, Pat, I'm not sweating. Just want to know what's going on. What's the update? Yeah, I get it. So yeah, it's on the way. I mail out. I'll let them know. So let me let y'all know both. Herb packs, classes, readings, spiritual bath, spiritual oil, spiritual powders, Cyclomancy, the book. I don't have it on the site, but you can email me to order a copy. Some people from the UK are having problems ordering from the website. If you run into a problem, just email me. I'll send you an invoice. So the party's going. We doing what we do. I suggest you need to get into this shit. It's proper for you. You have nothing to lose. For a very cheap price, you can test these products, see how they work for you. Worst case scenario, what do you have to lose? At least you motherfucking tried. And I'm telling you, I don't get those emails. What's next and what did I do and so on and so forth. I get a lot of success emails. And that herb pack works differently for everybody. So get with it. It's probably it's probably the best thing you could do if you're true about your spirituality. If you're not, you don't have to see me, and I suggest you don't listen to this. All right, so now that you heard the commercial, I'm going to start summing up.
where we at with this. So we talked about his creation. We talked about him in Europe. And there's many things we could talk about after he got from Europe. That's the first thing you niggas learned. What happened when the Pilgrims landed in this motherfucker? You know, what happened after that? So, but here's some aspects as it can pertain to us I want to read from. There's a book called The Influences of Lucifer in Ahriman. 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 That's the pronunciation. Human Responsibility for Earth by Rudolf Steiner. And I'll give you an overall. Then I'll give you some of the things I highlighted in here. The Influences of Lucifer in Ahriman. Ahriman, the name means destructive spirit. And this is from Zoroaster, Zarathustra, the teachings of Zarathustra, let's say, which became Zoroastrianism. And let's see. Basically, they're saying Christ and Lucifer are the same thing, different polarities. But there's another mentality. And this mentality, I want y'all to listen to this now. In the ancient word, Lucifer means light bringer. Lucifer was the human being in the light, or light bearer, the holder of light. Light bearer. Lucifer meant the human being holding a soul. That was the light you were bearing. That means you were aware that you were in a human form and you had a soul. That puts you at the beginning of your conscious path. Then the other side of that polarity, when your soul is in the ravenous pit, the dungeons, in the mouth of the dragon represents your intestines, you have to raise that light to the divine Christ energy. Understood? So Lucifer and Christ were different polarities on the same pole. Now, there was actually a third understanding of what we could fall into, and that was called Ahriman. And that was the teachings of Zarathustra. And ultimately, that was the true evil, or the true destruction. Later, they took that scenario out and hid it, and Lucifer became the evil guy, the father of humanity and in hell and all of that. But those were actually attributed to Ahriman, or another energy, which in just Zarathustra taught under this name. All right? So it was the true unlike you for who you are, because Lucifer was the light bringer, the light bearer. He was the bright star in the morning. He was Jesus Christ, just in the context of negative polarity, in the context of your beginning point, or the root chakra, which is why it's red and why the devil's red. That was you being aware of your foundation, your root chakra. And your beginning journey was to understand, I am Lucifer. This is hell. I am the Lord in this hell as a materialistic person. Boom, you're the Christ. But there was another way of being, the true Antichrist. Because Lucifer can't be the Antichrist. He's the light bearer, right? So how can Lucifer be the Antichrist? It works because he's anti in terms of polarity. But nobody's thinking polarity. They're thinking, when they say Antichrist, it's the opposite in the context of good versus evil. And they're two different entities. But we know by the law of polarity, like and unlike are alike. Like and unlike are the same thing. So Lucifer and Christ are the same thing. So the context we understand Antichrist as there's a Christ and there's something else. That's different from the Christ. That's not the truth. There was something else, and this something else was called Ahriman. And I'm going to always forget that name. And it means destructive spirit. So let's read some of the things in the influences of Lucifer and Ahriman. It says, In India, incarnating into a physical body has long been considered a curse. I want y'all to hear this, because why I'm bringing this up after I talked about the genetics and talked about white people is because we think as black folks, this is the black portion of it, that white folks are our ultimate enemy, our opposite polarity. That's not true. Remember, unlike and like are the same thing. What's opposite from who you truly are is actually what you guys are promoting the most. Trayvon Martin must stop, police must stop, chemtrails must stop, we got to eat healthier as black people, we got to come up with an economic plan. Guess what? That's your true evil, because what you're doing is raising up humanity. And let me be clear on this. Where we go from here, this ain't for the faint of heart. This ain't for the lighthearted. I know you like your mama and you like your kids, and black people must overcome, but this is a very heavy occult understanding, and you have to get ready for this. You just don't walk into this, and I'm just not going to convince you of yourself. This is for people who are on the frequency. But you ain't going to never say, I ain't motherfucking said it. Alright? So listen closely now. Because I want y'all to understand this for real, for real. In India, incarnating into a physical body has long been considered a curse. You're entering into the veil of tears, which constitute life. You're under the veil of tears. Scientifically, that's called the magnetosphere. You're under, and that magnetosphere looks like a web. It's called the web of Isis, or the veil of Isis. So you entered, or the veil of nature, actually, Mother Nature. So you've entered into the veil of tears, meaning no matter what you do as a human, you will suffer. No matter how much, see, oh, we eat like this, we eat organic, but then you know that's not really organic, and you know that's really not this, and you know they're really still doing that, and you know that really seed ain't this. It's never perfect. Never perfect. Go to yoga, there's a bunch of sweat on the floor. Somebody else's sweat. They always stink and everything. Meaning, and I'm saying it lightly, but no matter what you do here is doomed to fail for no other reason. For no other reason than you're human. So what I see is a bunch of black people trying to perfect failure. A bunch of black people trying to perfect failure. That's running around chasing your own tail. It's a fucking oxymoron if you understood the way the ancients looked at humanity itself. This is the lowest part of you, and all you have here is to journey back to your true self. That's why the Kamites dealt with nothing but the realm of death. And death is nothing more than transformation. The ultimate transformation. At the point of when you got enough understanding about this planet that you knew enough not to be dragged back to it, but not to bring yourself back to it. You get all that you need from it in this trip. So if you're conscious, you have woken yourself up enough to know, just by the mere fact that you're conscious, that something exists outside of you. And we have levels of consciousness. You may feel something. So when you're starting to deal with health, you're just waking up. Because you're trying to be conscious, but all you know is humanity. So you say, you turn it back in on your problem. You get what I'm saying? So it's kind of like the woman who's getting beat up by a man, and instead of getting rid of it or going past that man, they start saying things of how to improve it. Well, if I don't talk, if I don't run my mouth, he won't hit me. He hit me, but it's my fault. What you're doing is saying, looking at the problem and trying to find a solution within the major problem. Well, once we get the new house, he won't hit me no more. Once you get a new job, he won't hit me no more. If I get pregnant, then he'll love me like I need to do. Once we get married, I'm going to be his wife, and he won't cheat on me no more. What's that saying? That's a sick mind. That's saying I'm not going to deal with the true problem. I'm just going to try to fix this problem with solutions, ideas. So The true problem is that you're a human being. The Kamites knew it. Show me the hieroglyphs that said we should live forever. In fact, you all love this Kamitic life, and the Kamites were so beautiful and wonderful. Then how come they did nothing but study death? I need you to explain that to me then. Explain that to me. And really, I don't need you to explain it. I need you to symbolically talk to yourself, because I don't give a fuck what you think or believe. You need to believe that. But let's pretend. I need you to explain to me why they study nothing but death. Why? If things look to be so good in your idea of what was good for black folks, it's because they had a higher understanding of life itself. The mere fact that life turned into what it turned into tells you the story. If you ran the planet, you was Kamite, you was full of magic and full of tradition and knew how to walk through walls and fly. The mere fact that Earth can turn into what it has become is enough to say to you, humanity ain't shit. And even if you turn it all around, you take over rap music again like you want to do, you get all the white people who you believe is your enemies off the planet, and there's a chicken in every pot, coconuts are now growing off the trees, you niggas dance all day, sing all day, and lay on the fucking beach all day. You got this planet again. Everyone's smart as Obama or whoever the fuck you look up to. There's no more black men in dresses and all the shit you complain about. The mere fact that it can turn into something this savage, again, is a problem for me. Especially when you need to understand you're Lord of the perfect black. You're from a place where this doesn't exist. You're from motherfucking Zamunda, nigga. The royal penis is clean, bitch. You know what I'm saying? The royal penis is clean. And you're from this place. And you're down here trying to perfect dysfunction. Maybe when we get married, humanity won't beat me. Maybe when humanity gets a better job, it won't beat me no more. Maybe if I pay if we stop all the gas companies, the white people are going right now, you niggas wouldn't know what to do. Do you keep paying rent? Well, what if a black person owns your house? Do we use the same money system? Are we on the bartering system? You heat your house with gas. What are you going to heat it up with now? Because we know that's destroying the environment, let's say. Electricity. You wouldn't even know what the fuck to do. To go to work or not go to work. We're not here to fix this system. We're here to eradicate it. Real conscious niggas need to understand. So let's go from the ancient teachings in India. Incarnating into a physical body has long been considered a curse. They know what the fuck is going on. You don't know what the fuck is going on. You pretend to like Ganesha in them, but let's listen to what these motherfuckers were teaching. What we were teaching. That's Indus Kush. That's us. Alright? The medieval Kaffirs saw the human body as a pit into which the devil has lured the souls of the weakened angels. So the devil represents the light bearer or your soul. The angel represents this form of your polarity, the higher point. So the luring is nothing but the falling of your soul, represented as the devil or angels. They're just talking about polarity. They ain't talking about good or evil, which is something you learned in church. They're talking about the mechanisms of who you are, where you stand right now. All right? Procreation was thus looked upon as a horrid act of unwitting cruelty. Listen to this again. Procreation was thus looked upon with horror as an act of unwilling cruelty. Each new birth dragged a heavenly soul into the fallen world of matter, bringing another diabolically corrupt angel into the flesh. Listen closely. Even the study of the physical body was closely suspect. All right, listen, I want you to hear this, because I'm going to put it in the context of what you niggas are doing right now. Right now. First of all, the medieval Kaffirs saw the human body as a pit into which the devil had lured souls of the weak and angels. So based upon your lust, based upon your fucking, you're actually bringing angelic spirits into incarnate here. The seeds, we must save the seeds. Yeah, here you go. Yeah, that's right. The royal penis is clean, nigga. Procreation was thus looked upon with horror as an act of unwilling cruelty. So each time you niggas is going, I want to have a baby in the seeds and put that on earth, on your ancient science, your ancient understanding, shows me y'all niggas ain't ready. Y'all think y'all ready. Oh, Ptah Maya, y'all ain't ready. Y'all want to play with this shit. Come on, get your study on. And you find out what they were really talking about in the ancients. The real enlightened motherfuckers. The real scientists. This is an act of cruelty, bringing a baby in this motherfucker. While you overjoyed this another black light. I celebrate when Trayvon Martin leaves this planet, goddammit. That's a success story, no matter how he goes. A motherfucking success story. His story leaves behind a job for you social niggas to do, complain about. And we are Trayvon Martin and put on your fucking hood. That's for you, nigga. He's gone. He's straight. It's back to the realm of the gods, the angelic forces, whatever you decide to call them. Each new birth dragged a heavenly soul into the fallen world of matter. The fallen world of matter. Bringing another diabolically corrupt angel into the flesh. This is how this was looked upon about all you niggas, all them niggas you praying to. All them niggas you holding up. This is how they looked at it. This is still Egyptian. This is Egyptian shit. You know what I'm saying? Get into it. The Coptic Egyptians, later day Egyptians, were the Gnostics. And they go hard on this here information about the flesh, matter, and the diabolical act of bringing kids here. Almost in how dare you. This shows where they had orgies, and anybody who got pregnant, they killed the motherfucking babies. As an act of kindness. An act of kindness. Abortion is a fucking act of kindness. If you understand your ancient shit. Like I said, a lot of niggas ain't ready for this. But the babies and the black people and our race and what we gonna do next? The babies. Yeah, okay, I hear you. Go for yours. I deal with a whole different science here. And this is ours, whether you like it or not. Okay, the name Lucifer comes from the Latin meaning bearer of light. We discussed that. It means as Lucifer, you are aware that you have a soul and you're aware that it's fallen. That's what Lucifer really means. One of the things. Okay. You got, it's also, Ahriman is also called Ingera Menu. A-I-N-G-R-A space M-A-I-N-U, or Ahriman, was first spoken of in Zoroastrianism of ancient Persia. So Zoroastrianism is from ancient Persia, just so you niggas know. Was first, he was a evil god, the lord of lies, who tempted men and women and made them believe that they were solely earthly beings. Oh, there's one more thing I want to go back to. When I was talking about procreation as an act of unwilling cruelty, I also said this line. Even to study the physical body was closely suspect. Even to study the physical body used to be suspect in terms of your understanding and in terms of it being evil or weakened. So when you start studying health in organics too closely, when you become too obsessed. Now we know, let me be clear, you need to have your little healthy shit. You don't want your body suffering. Anything you could do so your body's in perfect order for you to actually study, I believe. Not for you to just live on this motherfucker and go, now I get to pay another month of rent because now I've taken my goddamn spirulina pills or whatever the fuck it is you taking. I've juiced, so now I can live longer only to work at Walmart. We're not talking about that. We're talking about you need to be of healthy body and mind to a certain extent. You have to factor it in. But even to study the physical body too closely will suspect. So when motherfuckers is talking this, oh, all I do is yoga all day, I get it if you're an instructor. But if you're trying to, you know what I mean, there's got to be a line, or you can make the line. You not have to follow my line in the sand. I have my own personal line in the sand where you're doing a little bit too much. But know that if you determine someone's doing a little bit too much, this, at least by the Cathars and our old ancient information, this was considered suspect. That's why you hear me talking about it like it's good, but it's suspect. Get what I'm saying? Because you're doing too much to raise up your humanity, and by nature, humanity is evil. God damn it, the royal penis is clean. All right, so let's move on. He is an evil God, Lord of the lies, who tempted men and women to believe that they were solely earthly beings. So I've heard some black people talking this shit. What you niggas thinking about Saturn for? We on Earth. It's about Earth right now. What's that going to do for black people right now? Instead of answering that dumb shit, when you saying you God rules all things in the universe. Saturn's an energy, and if you don't think you can access that energy right now, once you understand what it is, then you's a fucking fool. And you weak. Expand your shit, nigga. If you stuck on Earth, there's a thing for that. An understanding for that. And here's what you participating in, my nigga. My ignorant nigga. He was an evil God. The Lord of lies, who tempted men and women to believe they were solely Earth beings. There's study on this. So if you sitting there going, I'm from Earth, guess what? You participating in the ignorance that's even older than this goddamn America that you condemning. Alright? In Gnosticism, this is the demiurge. There's an energy that helped create you as a human being, that created this reality that needs you to believe you are nothing but a human being. And all your plight is in this human goddamn reality. And everything that happens to you is happening because of other humans and not because there's an energy who controls all human behavior. Your free will is smaller than you think. Your free will is actually otherworldly. And until you enhance that, you're not really dealing in the realm of freedom. Think freedom is going to be an economic plan? You think freedom is going to be a food diet plan? You think freedom is going to be in the realm of exercising? Freedom is in the realm of your mind. The mind is all, the universe is mental, meaning everything in this reality starts and ends with your motherfucking mind. And you don't even know what it is you participating with your fucking philosophies. There are evil gods. There are energies that created this realm. Demiurge energy, Yaldabaoth, Jehovah, Yahweh, Yahi-Vahi in Gnosticism. And now you're getting it in Persia, they're telling you the same motherfucking shit. Ahariban. There's an energy that they're talking about. You're participating in it, and that energy is pro-humanity. The more you believe you are nothing but a human, and you resort to nothing but human means to deal with your ills, to deal with your problems, the more you are participating in the very fucking evil that got you in this fucking situation. You are feeling, my niggas, the royal penis is clean. Until you deal with your science, until you deal with the opposite polarity of your humanity, you ain't dealing with shit. That opposite polarity is spirituality, period. That's the black man's technology. You are not going to kick the white man's ass with his technology, guns. Because no matter what guns he decides to give you, he will make a greater one. Because that's his science. So no matter what occult science white people have, we are the greater ones. And until you get into your motherfucking work, until you get into your shit, You ain't doing nothing. You just an ass kisser. You kissing ass. You doing what it is he needs you to do. Participate in humanity. And he's only acting out. That's why he puts you in a dress in every movie. That's why he kills you in every movie. That's why this is his white supremacy system. It's not even raised up by his mind. You see how he lived in Europe. You see how he lived in the cave. You think he could run this world supreme unless there was a hidden God, a hidden evil, a hidden spirit that is actually running this shit and using him as a goddamn front piece. So while you looking at him, the white man, you got to stop this beast. And this white man, there's a God behind you. Everything here is spiritual. Everything is spiritual. Y'all need to deal with these spirits to get your ass out. You need to know who and what it is and identify the energies that's really working against your ass. Ain't no fucking white man. He lived in a cave and covered it up with shit. I told you that. And the 1% who know can't even tap into this shit for real. They can only have you running around through mind control, taking advantage of your sleeping. The average white person on the street, let me be clear, this is not a dialogue against them. This is not an anti against them. I really don't care less, number one. Number two, you don't know nothing that even opposes me, really. The opposition that comes from me are entities that created this place, who most of them don't even exist. But what they left behind is called your ego. So when you got white people making these obvious earthly offenses against you, your ego is reacting to them. You don't give a fuck about Trey Martin. You give a fuck that they had the audacity, that white man had the audacity to kill him. And then that's why you say things like, well, what if it was me? It could have happened to my kid. Because that's your ego. You're not saying, wow, damn, Trey Martin, my heart. You're saying it could have happened to me, and that's why it's the most important, which means it's a fucking ego thing. White people are the outward people to hate. That's their role. One of their roles, at least, we can count on. And it's a distraction. When you read your ancient shit, before there was white people in existence, because this was written before white people ever crawled the earth. Before white people ever had a privy in their upstairs room with a tube leaning out the side of the building where the shit flowed and piled up and turned to this mud that you couldn't get off your shoes, as I read to you in the last lecture. Before it turned into all of that, before we had the opportunity to look at them in disgust, as most of us do, before we had that opportunity, there was information, plenty of information. I'm just reading from one source, but plenty of information that told you that your problem is bigger than anything on this planet. It is really how you got here. And when you read in Gnosticism, what came to rescue this ignorance was the divine mother sent down, the great mother Sophia sent down her divine sparks in man, who crawled around like a worm. And that was called the soul. And that's where you heard dialogues, I am a jealous God. What is he jealous? He's jealous of you. Thou shalt not bear false idols, meaning you should not worship false idols, meaning you should not worship the human body. You should not worship humanity, not no Egyptian statue. That's not what that means. Because you're not worshiping the statue. You're using the statue as a gateway for the energies. And you're accessing the energies. You're not even worshiping the energies. You niggas are worshiping Oshun. You're supposed to access Oshun. You understand? That's the difference. The false idol was materialism. And a white man like you are a material being down here. And no matter how much you say you hate him, you still worship him. You still hold him up high to hate him. Once you realize he ain't really nothing. They don't really know. They ain't got nothing. There's 1% working against you and only working against you in your own ignorance. In helping to perpetuate and hold on to your ignorance and mind control. They took advantage of you when you was already on a sliding scale. You was already, when the height of Egypt that you know, even Dr. Africa tells you, was at the decline. When they started writing on everything, hieroglyphs, when they was declining. So when you get to cultures and traditions, we was declining. Just because it's better than slapping a tangerine in church, we think jumping around with some beads on is the ultimate. But that was still in decline. When white people was able to show up, we were in deep decline. So they were only a product of inevitability in our decline. So when they showed up, it's not like they came and took over because they was the hot shit. We already told you, but there was nothing in them that made them hot or gave them the ability to do it. Only that we wasn't doing nothing. We went through a sleep period because we're supposed to wake up beyond this reality. We did everything there was to be done here. There was a chicken in every pot. We already built a pyramid. There's nothing more. There's no more work to be done here. So you look at Gnosticism, and she sent the divine light or the divine sparks to correct this situation. Guess what, my niggas? Good job. We have corrected it. All that information exists on the planet. It's in the DNA. It's in the genes. Now we're in a sleeping period, and I'm here, Bobby's here, Brother Phil's here, and all the teachers you've seen before you. Brother Azariah, Dr. Aleem L. Bay, Sister Joe Polkram, Sonia Barrett, I believe her name is, and I'm sure there's many others known that I know and that I don't know that are here to resurrect you from this sleeping period. It's happening. We don't run around this motherfucker. We run this motherfucker. Only if you get with the ancient understanding and get with the frequency of what's going on. I'm on a universal time clock, not a human time clock. I'm outside these circles of time, and I'm on a forever being time, which is why I can tell you what I'm telling you. I shifted my consciousness beyond just our earthly consciousness, and I urge you to do the same goddamn thing. It is a necessity if you want to deal. The only law in the universe is change. Chaos, baby. You have to be a chaos being. Not walk around in this motherfucking creation. I am Mayat. You don't even know what that shit really means anymore. Alright? So you need to get with it. He was an evil god, the Lord of lies, tempted men and women to believe that they were solely human beings. At a time in history where clairvoyance, which had been one of the common, became rare. The ethical teachings of Zarathustra sought to remind people of their divine origin and teach them through the revelation he had received from the Lord of the Sun, Ahura Mazda. Okay, so they're trying to tell you all that shit, pineal activity, clairvoyance, was common until you started to believe you were human. That's why you need a herb pack now to help remind you that this is a natural fucking phenomenon for you. You know, he's a reader. He has gifts. No. Why we could do it, because we understand this is just as easy as scratching your motherfucking head to us. It's a part of what you are when you know and embrace what it is. You only believe you ain't none of this shit. Even the questions I get is based upon the belief system. One nigga did a consultation with me. First thing he said was, panic. Why am I cursed? Why things in my life never go right for me? Then he went on and went on. So when I'm saying, telling them shit about the mind, this and that, and I said, you know, as a man, think of it, what's coming out your mouth. Oh, and he's like trying to finish it and repeat my sentences. Oh yeah, we know what a man says. What comes out of his mouth is this and that. You know, we know it. He's like, you know, he's saying it in this monotone voice like he knows. So now I'm going to put his ass on Front Street. I said, oh, so you're saying, you know, because you watch YouTube. I said, oh, so you know, you just said to me, you know, what a man says, what comes out of his mouth becomes reality. Yes, Brother Panic. I said, well, the first thing you said to me was, why am I cursed? Why doesn't nothing go right for me? So now that you understand this and you said this, why do you need me to explain to you why you fucked up in your life? Because you said it and you said you understand what comes out your mouth becomes reality. Oh, you know what I'm saying? I know how to make a nigga say real quick with his own fucking thinking. So we not talking about your philosophy on it. I can tell how you motherfuckers is thinking you ain't got it. Fuck you saying, so I use it and represent as you saying your name Patah, your name Maya. I do that to clown. But it's all in your thinking. How you think about white folks, how you think about yourself, how you think about health, yoga, and how these things are going to save you. Those are social things, social ways to be. How you repeat and copy shit and say shit. The black man's God, the black woman's God. And don't even know what the fuck it means. I know it. I've been teaching class occultlectures.com. Come and get you one and learn something about yourself for real. Stop fucking toying with this information thinking you got it. And if your ego tells you you got it and you swear you got it, by all means, keep it. I don't want you around me. You know what I'm saying? I'm dealing with motherfucking scientists. Alright, so let me keep going. Where's the book I had? So, what was common was becoming rare. So I told you already that we were scientists at one point, and we were degrading ourselves to what you call cultures, traditions, which became superstitions and then religion. This was a whole long line of degrading. It was a point in our degradation where slavery emerged. That wasn't the beginning of it. It was years and years of us falling off. Even in Cam, we was falling off. So he's telling you Zarathustra, which has become common, which was rare. I already told you that once we had a personal relationship with Jesus, a personal relationship with the Spirit, then it later turned into there was a shaman in our group that had to tell us how to dance, what to eat, what days to do it on, so on and such, because the shaman was having a personal experience and you niggas lost the reason. So what was common became rare. Teaching in Persian, Zarathustra. All right? The predominant worldview. Only in the last year has there been any serious question the notion that the only reality was a physical one. So we're thinking this, we are at this point where the only reality is a physical one. And remember I told you in the last lecture, this is simply because the whites really only have a physical reality. They don't have a cosmic reality. Therefore, nothing in them is spiritual. Even the deepest of the Christians of the Christians, if you say there's a spirit in my house, the motherfuckers will react. And they're Christian. They still believe in, even black, you can't get a black person not to believe in there's a spirit. They don't talk ill of the dead. They won't call on no shit, no matter how Christian they are. Because we know, no matter how ignorant we get, deep within us, we have an origin that's beyond this. That's why it was so easy for us to get in religion, because of the talk of heaven. And when you suffering so much on planet Earth, and someone say, well, if you do this, you'll get to heaven. Oh my God, you know niggas going, you got a whip on your ass. Every Sunday, that's the only thing they let you go to church to do. And I heard first in those churches, what they were doing was creating ways to get free. Then it eventually just turned in ways to go to Jesus. You know what I'm saying? Because we know something innate in us exists. But now, this is shrinking more and more because, listen closely now, there's a notion that the only reality is a physical one. So while people still conscious talk about spirituality, they're not accessing it. So they talk about Mayat Patah, they try to name themselves that, say black man is God. But when I get them in class or when I get these questions, I get the reality, which is a panic. You know, I'm trying this, but I'm not feeling that. So that's what I teach in class, the real way to access this so you can have the experience of all the shit you like to talk with, all the shit you like to call yourself. I'm going to show you how to become Patah for real. I'm going to show you how to become Mayat for real, or whatever. There's thousands of deities you become. I teach in my class, you know, there's 20-something paths to Oshun. There's Oshun by the swampy waters. There's Oshun of the sewers. But you ain't never seen those Oshuns on Facebook. Everyone is the love Oshun, the pretty Oshun, the Oshun with the honey in the mirror and the peacock feathers, the cute Oshun. Nobody's Oshun of the swampy waters, the old Oshun, or the jealous, insane Oshun. There's one of them too. Did you know that? There's an Oshun of the swampy waters, of the murky waters. Where's that Oshun? That's because I've seen some ugly hoes on Facebook. You the Oshun of the murky waters. Nobody's claiming that, which tells me naturally, what does that mean? They're not accessing Oshun energy because she has 22 paths of different energy, and you don't see that variety, right? So what does that tell you if you just contemplate and use your mind? That tells me they're dealing from the realm of their ego, not from the realm of power or energy. Understand that shit. There's a difference. The realm of your ego. You want to be the pretty Oshun, the pretty Yemen Yah. I get that book, that black and white book by what's her name? Magente, something Magente. Michael McGinn, some shit like that. It's black and white. The Way of the Orishas, not The Way of the Orishas. I'll tell you another time. I can't remember it. But it's a black and white book. It lists the Orishas. It's excellent. It cross-references Magente or some shit like that. It cross-references the saints with the Orishas, their herbs, their rocks, their mythology, their colors, everything you need to know about a motherfucking Orisha, their numbers, and all their paths and descriptions of their paths. And each one of them has different aspects. There's a different aspect of Oshun. And what I see is none of these motherfuckers are dealing with the aspects of Oshun. They just want to be the cute one. You know what I'm saying? This tells me it's about your ego. This shit is about your ego. So, for the most part, the realm of the soul and spirit have been dismissed. The prevailing scientific view has been only that we can be weighed, measured, and quantified. What only can be weighed, measured, and quantified should merit such serious attention. A horrid man has welcomed this statistics as a handmaid. So basically it's saying we can only deal what can be measured, weighed, and quantified. That's what gives us serious attention. So that's why what can be measured and weighed? Your yoga. You're doing your body. You're doing all these moves. You feel good. Measured and made. Now it must be spiritual. Measured and made. You eat broccoli for a while. You eat spirulina. You juicing. I feel better. I must be spiritual now because I feel better. So you're judging spirituality, and this is real soul food, food for the soul. Yoga is Egyptian hieroglyphs. It's for the soul. You get what I'm saying? I'm doing this for the soul. You get what I'm saying? Again, let me be clear. I'm not demonizing your diet or your exercise routine. But if that's all you got, because you can measure, weigh it, and it can be quantified, if that's all you got to dictate your spirituality, I believe you have a problem. Not just because I believe it, because the ancients are teaching it. My belief system is in what I know. And here's what I know, what the ancients taught. Not just in this book, in many a book. In many a book. And if they ain't teaching it, the mere fact that they're talking about death and never coming back is teaching it. Is teaching it. You just need to understand that's what they mean. So the spirit and the soul has been dismissed. We're masquerading these particular things, and it's not just yoga and food. Changing your name, changing your dress, changing your vocabulary to beloved and melanin and kundalini and ashe and all the rest of that shit. You're saying I'm more spiritual because I say the word ashe to folks. I'm more spiritual because fuck that shit. It's getting hot. Let me turn on the goddamn AC. Y'all niggas just gonna have to wait. Facebook. All right. The royal penis is clean. All right. So where was we? So it tells you this mentality. While you think you're doing all this divine shit with your wearing, with your name, with your vocabulary, with now that you got dreads and took the perm out, you're doing yoga, you're eating well, and like I said, I'm not picking on these things. Like I said, those things are fine, but if you hold that as the ceiling on your spirituality, my belief, based upon ancient teaching, you have a fucking problem. You have a problem because this they tell you is you falling more. You need human. You need something that could be measured, something that could be quantified, something that could be weighed to dictate your spirituality. When what really dictates your spirituality is the alchemy you have done in your mind. The mind is all. The universe is mental. It says nothing about spirulina in the laws of Tahuti. It says nothing about goddamn oregano in the laws of Tahuti. That's for the body. So you put it in its proper context. You nourish the body while you're having this illusionary experience. That's the rules of this illusionary experience. But if that's all you got, Ahriman has welcomed this statistics like a fucking handmaiden. Because this mentality for that evil deity, that evil god, what he is called the destructive spirit. The spirit welcomes this thought process as a handmaiden. That's one of his holes. I'm trying to talk to you. I ain't even talking to dead people. I'm talking to conscious people. Let's step this up. You want to be conscious? Let's be all conscious then. Deal with some shit. Not what you feel like dealing with. Let's deal with some real shit. You want to face it face to face? Now it's in your face. The royal penis is clean. A Russian philosopher, Vladimir Soloviev, warned against the dangers in his short narrative about the Antichrist, the true Antichrist. In a fictional story, Soloviev described the appearance of a great individual who taught world peace and became the first world leader, and later the reuniter of all the world's religions. That sounds like a wonderful guy. You know what I'm saying? He taught world peace. He became the first world leader. You know, he's so Obama right now. And Obama, who was a Muslim, he's uniting all the world's religion. He's a vegetarian. Oh my God, I didn't even realize I said that. He's a vegetarian. They even saying it. He's a vegetarian and an anti-avicectionalist. I don't know what that is. Avicectionalist. Or anti-vivisectionalist. Whatever that is. And brings great material prosperity and physical comfort to all who acknowledge his authority. All without efforts on the people's part. This is the man. The world becomes peaceful, even docile, a mirror of sacrifice for individually in freedom. And know who that guy is? He's the Antichrist. He's the Antichrist. In this short narrative, they're trying to explain to this Russian guy, he's a philosopher. He's saying this is a short narrative about the Antichrist. The Antichrist. See, Christ is the Christos energy. It's spiritual. Vegetarian, world peace, comfort in the earth, a chicken in every pot, coconuts on every tree. That's the Antichrist. So maybe that'll give you an understanding why we brought forth white people, why Yaqub or the priesthood of Yaqub brought them forth. Because we were living in the Antichrist. We was running the earth. We was chilling. Something had to come here to get us on a spiritual path. If we was chilling in Africa and everything was good, there would be no reason for no brother Panic, no brother Bobby. We're here to do this work. This world has to be in shambles. It has to be in the realm of Ahriman. Not the and the greatest trick the devil did was made you think he didn't exist. What if that trick also included making you think it was Lucifer? When there's a whole nother hidden fucking energy called Jehovah, Yahweh, Allah, yes, him too. Anything that you have to pray down to is to remind you of your humanity is that energy. You take it for what it's worth. If you feel otherwise, this is why I suggest don't even bring me up. I suggest you, if you're faithful in that and you believe that, then go ahead and believe that. You don't need to tell nobody. You know what you know. Or you tell everybody on YouTube how much you enjoy Allah, Jehovah, or whoever else. But that, from the understanding of our ancient people, that's the evil God. That's the evil God that is teaching you or manifest through something. Who you may even say, well, that was really Osiris back in the days. It may have been then, but energy changes. Names don't matter. The energy behind the names. See, when we try to contact Oshun and all of them, basically, when Oshun came, she said there's no more love in the world. I'm eating off of porno movies. I was like, well, that's not too bad. And she said, it was when you were a love goddess. See, there's no more love because the kind of love she was into doesn't exist based upon ulterior motives. I love you because you act like this. I love you because you make me feel this kind of way. There's no unconditional love, which is the purest of her energy. Now, with that being said, she's porno, so meaning that name is the same, but the energy has changed. The energy has changed. So you may be able to trace Allah or whoever you think is your divine entity back to some Kemetic shit, some Sumerian shit, or whatever that makes it more divine than just you sitting on your knees praying every day in a religion where half the motherfuckers on the planet, or shit, the majority of motherfuckers on the planet, went crazy doing. And you say, well, not my Allah. Them niggas is dealing with another Allah. All of that confusion, all of that comes from another ancient understanding. And that's basically, there's an evil demiurge spirit, an energy that feeds off of humanity. I told you, they showed you that shit in them 2 movies, the Titan movies, the Clash of the Titans, the new one, and then the second one, whatever that was, the same people, same actors. They kept showing you how they kept saying the gods was dying because the people stopped praying to them. The Olympian gods are the demiurges. That's why Zeus always throwing lightning bolts at your ass. And that's why you have this concept of they're just coming down to earth, fucking you, raping you, doing whatever. And he has all these humans on his shelf because they're using humanity as toys, as their puppets. And what they need is for you to pray for them. And they get that from anxieties. So that's why they're constantly showing you earthly anxieties, putting you in a place where you need, even conscious people, I need to pay rent. I need my kids to do this. I need the chemtrails to stop. I need this. That's the energy. That's not white people doing that. That's those demiurge gods that sit over you, that feed off of your anxiety. Each anxiety, each thought you have goes into the universe. Something eats off of that. They can't eat off of high frequency thoughts. So when you're dealing with deities and gods and transforming yourself, they can no longer feed off of you. You become amongst them. Therefore, you set the rules and you create whatever reality you want. That's the beauty of what I'm trying to show you in class. That's our method. That's our science. That's how we get out of this thing here. You understand? That's how we get out of this thing here. By deifying yourself. You don't know how to do that no more. You don't do it with a name change. You don't do it reading a book. You don't do it with an outfit change. You don't do it with a language change. You don't do it with a diet. You can't do it with yoga. You may feel good. Because those things are designed to make you feel good. And maybe feeling good may eventually lead you to some science. Or feeling good will only do what it has been doing so far. Inflating your ego. You walk around feeling better than your Christian cousins. You walk around feeling better than your auntie who don't know nothing but Jesus Christ. Your brother who don't get it just like you. You walk around feeling better, but the mere fact is you're still walking around with him. Your mind is still walking around with him. And of course, so Patty, you walk around with them too, absolutely. But my mind is not here. What 10%, we use 10% of our brain. In the Bible, that's the 10% of the tithes that you give up. So I give up 10% tithes, meaning I walk around the planet, they only get, my intelligence is so far, I only need to give 10% of my mind to intermingle in this shit. Because I activated and tapped into that other 90% of what they call dark matter, dark energy, my niggas. And really, if you go on the universe, as above, so below, The physical light that you see in the universe is actually only 4%. So we rounded up to 10% of brains you're using. But you're actually, and really that lowered to 4%. That's why there's only 4% in the universe. 75 and 25% of dark matter and dark energy. 75-25 or 75-23, whatever it is, that leaves 4 out of it. The dark matter. That's the 90% of the brain, or the mind, I should say, because the brain is just a physical apparatus. The mind that you're not using. What I show you is how to tap into those aspects of your mind. So those 10% of tithe you pay that to this energy. You twist it around. Instead of that full 10% being under control. So whatever happens, whatever's trifling, you react. Even that 10%, I give them now because I know how to control the 10%. That 10%, you reacting to it. They killed Trayvon Martin. You got a whole year of work to do now. And really the work you're doing is putting up pictures and saying it's a damn shame everywhere you go. Every time you go to family discussion, but Trayvon though. But Mike, and they killed another one. But these cops, Al Sharpton did this. Jesse Jackson did that. And they shouldn't be doing that. That's because you're reacting. So those are the 10%. That's the 10% of your loser brain. I pay 10%. So I'm walking around like my mind is somewhere else. I activated that part of me that really matters. You can do it too. Come to Brother Panic's class, occultlectures.com. The royal penis is clean. So he described what you would call the perfect world leader. He's he's an anti-vivisectionist, whatever that is. He brings material prosperity and physical comfort to all who acknowledge his authority. He's a great individual who taught world peace and the world leader. He's the reuniter of world religions. But he, in our divine understanding, is actually the true Antichrist. Not Lucifer, but our Ahriman, or Jehovah, so on and so forth. So you need to understand that, all right? Understand that. All right, let's keep going. Let's see what we got here. The feeling of being a member of the whole cosmos was not a mere abstraction. From the mysteries, they received directives based upon the laws of the stars. So listen carefully. The feeling of being a member of the whole cosmos was not a mere abstraction. You didn't feel that abstractly. So when I told you earlier, you got black people, why you on Saturn for? What's that all about? We here on Earth right now. That's because they don't have this feeling of being connected to the whole cosmos. So there was a time the feeling of being a member of the whole cosmos was not just abstract. It wasn't just, well, I know I'm a black person and I'm a god, so I must read about Saturn and Pluto and Sirius and Pleiades and Andromeda and the sun. Why? Because I'm black. But you don't really feel how you can connect to the energy, reflect the energy, and communicate with the energy. Because it's actually abstract to you, even though you're saying it. But there was a time where it wasn't abstract. The laws of the stars, or the action. Let me go back. The direct for the mysteries. From the mysteries, they received directives based on the laws of the stars. I told you, I activated that 90%. How I operate, how I'm talking to you today, and how I know what to present to you is because I get my directive from the cosmic light. I told you in the mysteries of light, there's a level where there's the one sun that you're dealing with out here. Then you activate the inner sun. Light connects with light. And you also need to contact in the inner world the dark light. Out of darkness comes light. Out of black people came white. Out of darkness comes light. You understand that? So that means when you go into this inner world, this inner dark world, you come up with new light, and that's the light of the stars, the cosmos, where you are taking your directives from a cosmic order, Phil Valentine called it light codes. You still can access these light codes. You got to know how to open up the pathways. Start with a herb pack. Start with some classes. The royal penis is clean.
Facebook.
OccultLectures.com. Go get with it. That's with an S. OccultLectures.com. Go and get your shit. Go on the About Panic. If you just need to go there and read, at the top of the page it says more, M-O-R-E. Click on that and you got a whole bunch of shit on candles, powders, oils, whatever you need. Go into the About Panic, look at testimonies, find links. Go into the classes, you'll find class start times, the courses. Everything you need is up there. OccultLectures.com. Know what I'm saying? I'll show you how to contact and get your directives from the motherfucking stars. And this will conduct your actions in the whole conduct of life. The stars, they receive directives based on the laws of the stars for their actions in their whole conduct of life. That's what I'm talking about. That's who we are. That's who we are. We ain't sitting around worried about no fucking chemtrails. The audacity of you to say that. What they doing in Ferguson? You small-minded Negro. You colored folks. Nigga, you get your directives from the stars, and there's no light you can't touch. Once you go into that inner world, out of darkness comes light, just like out of niggas came white. The ancient star wisdom was no way in akin to arithmetic astrology. Sometimes considered valuable today. Yes, I'm glad I highlight that. So this arithmetic, I want to say that again, because I want niggas to hear this, because I've been telling you this shit, how important this goddamn Mercury in retrograde bullshit is that you following. Does it exist? Yes. Should Taurus not get with a Leo? Perhaps, but Khadijah's a Leo and I'm a Taurus. We've gone past our animal self. When we act like humans, that's when we have conflict. But when we act like the gods we are, nothing could stop us. The great old ones that we are, nothing could stop us. Because it's beyond this fucking zodiac, which is the circle of time here, and it dictates humanity. And Gnosticism, they call them the evil archons that help this evil deity create this reality. The evil angels. And you niggas is all in love with this shit. Should you study it? Yeah, you study it in the context to understand how it runs and deal with humanity and how this earth works, how this time works. But to celebrate it is foolishness. Foolishness. And listen closely in your ancient study. The ancient star wisdom was in no way akin with arithmetical, which is just arithmetic. So arithmetical astrology, sometimes considered valuable today. So astrology, as we know and deal with it, has nothing to do, or at very least, at the best, is second to ancient star wisdom. You need to know that. Come on, when I'm saying the sound, I know you spent a lot of time going, Mercury is in conjunct with Pisces and Uranus and is yes, all of that is true because these are still stars. But you got to step back and say, well, what is this really dictating? Is it dictating your? Because remember, you're only in one little system, so that of this zodiac. That's not a universal reality. It's only a reality in this system as we go through these houses based upon this sun, which means this is a reality dictated in this realm. All right, it's not an absolute reality that you don't have the ability to go beyond. That's why all the zodiac was animals, because they was trying to encode to you. They use these zoo types to encode to you. That's why most of them are half animal and have either another symbol connected to them or a person connected to them. Get it right. Get it right. Or definitely, if they don't have it, it's a meaning. Now, Dr. C. Freeman L. taught that, let's say, you said, well, Libra doesn't have an animal connected to it. He said there was a time where a mule was connected to Libra, and those two backpacks was on the other side. They eventually got rid of the mule and had the Just the scales left for Libra. You get what I'm saying? So he said earlier, Dr. C. Freeman said earlier, there was an animal attached to every zodiac, meaning the concept was if you get on the human level, then those zodiacs are there to dictate how you should act towards human. But you can go above that. That's the story of Christ, which is the conscious people supposed to be cultivating the Christos or the Christ energy, why his number is 13, and why he had disciples, which means to discipline those energies. His disciples meant to discipline, and those disciples were nothing but the zodiac, meaning in your spiritual work, you're supposed to overcome being Mercury's in retrograde. If you haven't, I don't give a fuck. Do what you need to do. But come on, the study is there. The concepts is there. That's what Jesus Christ is. A nigga who said, these don't dictate me. I discipline these energies. So will the energies come up? Is it real? It's absolutely real. Taurus in me comes up. It will come up. And the aspect that 10% of tithes is supposed to come up. I'm supposed to act and roll like a Taurus. That's why I chose to be born under this energy. But there's the aspect of my consciousness that I work on that is not going to be dictated by Taurus. You understand? Not going to be dictated by Mercury in retrograde. For instance, when Wayne did his lecture, Wayne said, well, it was like this and like that. You know, Mercury was in retrograde. So I don't ascribe to that. I don't give a fuck about no Mercury being in goddamn retrograde. But most people do. So if I'm doing a lecture and it depends on other people to come, that's when I need to factor in Mercury being in retrograde, because other people believe in it and will be affected by it. And that's where their mind is, even though I'm not. If I'm making a personal choice for me, I'm not going to let Mercury in no retrograde stop me. Like Bobby Hemmett said, you wouldn't even know what that shit is until somebody told you what it was. You've been doing business as usual until somebody told you that's what that is. You know what I'm saying? So now, let's keep going. Ahriman in the flesh. Let's talk about him in the flesh. This is humanity on earth cannot escape this incarnation of Ahriman. It will come inevitably. But what matters is that people can find the right vantage point to confront it. Let me say it again. Ahriman in the flesh. Humanity on earth cannot escape the incarceration of Ahriman. That's telling you that no man or woman, no matter how advanced, some human shit is going to come out. No matter what. You can say this is the ego too. Now, I told people, I'm getting over my ego, You'll never get over your ego. You've heard me say that before. And that's what this means. You can't escape this incarceration. As long as you're having a human experience, something human, you only can suppress it. That's what I said is your 10%, your true 10% of giving tithes. Right? Because some human shit's going to come out. I told you, with your ego, you say, I'm over my ego. Somebody smack you, let's see, I'm not going to smack you back because I have no ego. Somebody kicking your mama in the ass, you don't start saying, I'm not going to help you, mama, when this guy's kicking you in the ass because I don't have an ego. Or you wouldn't say, well, I guess you must have did something. It's the laws of attraction. It's my yacht balancing itself out, so they must be going to kick my mama's ass. No, you're going to go choke the shit out of them. You know it and I know it. So you cannot escape it. Meaning you have to do yoga. You have to eat healthy. You have to present yourself in a dress. You have to present yourself under a name. You have to present yourself in your language as where you stand. So that's why I said I'm not demonizing those things, but if you think that's what makes you spiritual, you have a problem. But if you indulge or participate in it, it's not a problem as long as you keep it in the context of you have to present yourself and operate a certain way within your consciousness. I'm not stupid. You change your name to Ptah, you may really have the dream to do it. All I say is live up to the shit for real. Stop saying my name is Ptah because I had a dream that my name was Ptah and change my name on Facebook to fucking Ptah. I somehow have made it. No, go study Ptah. Go study priesthood Ptah. Be able to tell me some Ptah shit that I ain't never heard before. And not only have a dream, you should change your name to Ptah. Tell me what Ptah told you in the dream that ain't on the planet. How about that? Tell me what Mayat told you or taught you about the concept of Mayat that you can't find in any other book. Don't tell me your name is Mayat, then repeat some shit that somebody else, not even from a book, but that somebody else said about fucking Mayat. How about that? Tell me some shit Mayat came to you in a dream and said, this is the new hot shit. See, I don't hear that part. So you're taking this name Mayat because that's what you ascribe him to be, based upon a concept of what you heard. So you cannot escape this incarnation. We're going to be human. But the idea is, but what matters is that people find the right vantage point which to confront it. Remember, I told you this before. I've been telling you this already. When you go to Walmart, you do Walmart shit. When I go to Walmart, I don't go in there and say Hotep. I go in there and find a goddamn anchor, a battery, some goddamn stockings, Fruit Loops, and some tuna. Why? Because that's what Walmart is. I do, when in Walmart, do as Walmartian does. I don't try to Hotep it out. I don't try to conscious it out. I don't try to take it to the next level. None of those things. I do none of those things. Why? Because I understand what matters is that people find the right vantage point when to confront this thing. How do I confront it? With my conscious work. What I'm doing now is confronting humanity. When this camera is off, I put humanity in its proper place and my consciousness in its proper place. I know how to confront this incarceration that I'm in. In other words, if I'm in jail, I know how to rock and roll in jail. Most of y'all are out of control. You don't know what to do in jail. You ever go to see them jail shows? You got one nigga in jail trying to fight the police and act crazy, bumping his head on the wall. That's you niggas. You don't know that you're in jail, number one, and that how to handle jail. The real niggas in jail become the trustees and not from kissing ass by understanding the system. They ain't confronting the guards. They fucking up other inmates. They understand the system. And unfortunately, that's what it is. But there's ones who know, and there's ones that just banging their head on the wall, getting thrown in the hole. You understand? So they know you got to know how to confront the situation you're in. I know how to confront this prison. I mean, I know how to deal with humanity, and I know how to deal with spirituality. I know when they cross. I know when they intersect, and I know when not to leave one alone for the other, in other words. I know when to say, fuck that. That's human shit. I don't need to pimp that out. Let that be what it is. Alright? Move for it. He would like to keep people so obtuse that they can only grasp mathematical aspects of astronomy. And that's what you have today. All these deep niggas are telling you about time and when Mercury is in conjunct with this, or they tell you, now it's time to do magic. Why? Because Pluto is in conjunct with Uranus. Now it's not a time to do magic. Why? Because Pluto is in conjunct with Uranus. Oh, they tell you, we're going to notice all of this shit that you never seem to notice because Uranus has lined up with the sun. Or the sun is now hitting off more solar flares, so we're going to notice all of this shit. And same niggas dying. So more niggas start dying, getting shot by police. Well, that's why they're shooting at the children more, because all of these solar flares are happening. All the moon is now a blood moon. Those are mathematical, dealing with time is math. These are mathematical aspects of astronomy and astrology. All of that is a field day from Ahriman, the true evil God, God destructive. So all your conscious niggas doing that, listen to what I'm saying. You ain't doing nothing but fucking with your true evil, which is what you've been regulated down to. Step up. Don't be mad at me for telling your ass, step the fuck up. been fooled. Thinking you dealing with your ancient science, they show you this is the true hidden evil. The devil fooled you into believing that he don't exist. This is what you don't think exists. Because if I was to tell you your very humanity and the things you do and think you're saving yourself is actually evil. Your zest for organic food. Your zest for fucking yoga and breathing. Even Morpheus told you, do you think that's air you're breathing? All right, let's get it together now. We're going to be real, let's be real. You can only grasp the mathematical aspect of astronomy. That's what that is. So while you think you're deep and you breaking it down and dropping all this science, come on, dog. You've been fooled into that true hidden evil that you think don't exist. You think you're doing something great for humanity, informing the people. That in ordinary life, nothing in the way of knowledge is considered really useful unless it helps to put food in your mouth. Now, we heard that with black people. How is this going to help black people? We need an economic budget. We need to raise black people up. We need to do this, that, the other. I mean, I'm sure that documentary that's going around is real useful, but it's talking the same shit from a different angle. That's the same shit Eric Michael Dyson, all them niggas that we laugh at. Cornel West, Skip Gates, and all the other niggas that come on TV and tell black people what they need to do. Al Sharpton. Now you have this Hidden Truth documentary. I never even watched it. I've seen a couple of highlights, but you got masterful niggas who are much better than these niggas I just named, but they're basically talking about an economic plan, a plan to, take over media, politics, and all that. Which, let me be absolutely clear. There's a part, we need that. We need that. I just leave that to other men. That's not what I do. And I don't cover that. I don't cater that. I'm here for spirituality. So don't put me in that situation. Find people who, if you want an economic plan, there's people who dedicate themselves to that. Spiritually, though we need that, we need to understand what that still means. Ultimately. We're just so far off it. See, you got to remember, there was a time where the food you needed was all around you. You got to realize how evil it is just to have to buy your food, because that's what we're talking about, buy your food or pay for rent. When you live, even in the cultures, nobody was paying rent. You just did your part. You went out and hunted. There was food all around you. There's food on the trees. My friend went to the Dominican Republic. He was like, damn, I was starving out here. The chick looked at him and said, look around. There's food all over the trees. How can we starve? You can climb that tree yourself right now, get a mango, nigga, and eat. How can we starve? Now, damn, you know what I mean? It just makes sense. We're not from that mentality. You think you have to go down to the goddamn Kroger, the Pathmark, to get your food. So we have a mentality by nothing by the way of knowledge is considered really useful unless it puts food in your mouth. So I could talk all this shit, which I know is very advanced spiritual information, but some people are only going to hear, how can we get paid? How can we turn this into money? How can we take it into the next level? You know what I'm saying? Half these niggas invite me on their blog talk shows for props, and not even to hear what the fuck I got to say. Just want props the same Panic came on their show. Or Bobby, when Bobby was lecturing, Bobby came on the show.
Facebook.
Alright? The belief that many Europeans think it is to the credit of their civilization to be able to say, we are not cannibals, but these Europeans and their American affiliates are none less devourers of soul and spirit. The soulless devouring of material food leads to the sidetracking of the spirit. So basically he's saying, and this is Rudolf Steiner, nigger-friendly writer, he's saying, we have this mentality, I'm better than you. And he said, here he's saying the Europeans think to the credit of their civilization Well, those Negroes, you got to remember the time in this world, are cannibals. You know what I'm saying? So we're better than them. So he's saying they eat soul and spirit. But black people are falling into this shit. We have melanin. We're better than them. See, remember I told you the difference between how racism was born through the understanding and study of genetics, which was what black people were doing. But we didn't have the mentality as better or worse. We just knew frequencies. So we had to get rid of them because they were a pest or pestilence or brungness. So we had to separate them. Because technically, if we felt we was better, we should have just killed them all. Why didn't we kill them all? We banned them or roped them in Europe. You understand? Because this is not our nature. This is their nature, to exterminate, i.e. what Hitler was doing. So we have now adapted. I have melanin.
Facebook.
They from the caves. They from the caves. I have melanin. I'm a god, the black queen. Look at my hips. Look at my hair. They don't have hair. They have fur and all this shit, which very well may be true. But we got a better than them mentality. When, on the same aspect, we are not cultivating the spirit of the soul. We are devourers of that. So we're not even doing our work. We just have more pride, which is just as terrible as the European. If we're not doing our work, then what are we? We're just trying to become better humans, or claiming ourselves to be better humans, which we very well may have been at one point. But while we're saying we're better, these police are worse, they need to stop killing our kids because we're better, we don't do that. I just seen a video where about 4 or 5 girls beat one girl to death in McDonald's, to death, while a whole bunch of black people stood around with cell phone cameras filming it. It's on YouTube, and then the news story where she later died because of that beating. Well, everyone stood around with their cameras and watched, and then underneath it says savages. And I don't think I can disagree too much. It was a savage beating of one fucking girl by a whole bunch of other girls. And now that you watch these YouTube videos of fight, the women fights are even more scarier than the fucking men. All this whole idea don't hit a woman, shit. You might be in a place where you got to. Them hoes is squaring the fuck up. They fight much more vicious and much more cruel than any man I've seen on YouTube these days. Watch them shits now. So the genetics are changing. You get what I'm saying? These motherfuckers are animals. Savage. So if we're not doing our work, then what the fuck exactly are we doing out here? We're just doing some pride shit. And it's false pride. We need to understand that shit. Where are we at? Alright, let's go on to the next. Whatever can separate people into groups. Listen closely. Whatever can separate people into groups. Whatever can alienate them from a mutual understanding. The whole world can drive wedges between them. Ooh, I want to say that again. Whatever can separate people into groups. Whatever can alienate them from a mutual understanding. The whole world over drives wedges between them. Strengthens Ahriman's impulse. So, this Ahriman energy, which is the true evil, the true destruction, the true hidden spirit that seeks to control and lords over the ignorance of humanity, no matter what no matter what banner you fly. Even though you think it's conscious and you think you're helping your people and doing something for your people and teaching your people, if you're separated into groups, I'm a Hebrew Israelite, I'm a Nubian, I'm a Moor, I'm the dark side, I'm the light side. Debates. Let me say it again. Debates. Separate people and affiliate into groups. Alienate them from a mutual understanding. as a whole world drives wedges between them, strengthens Ahriman's impulse. So do you see what you niggas are participating in? You ain't participating in no fucking teaching. You're participating Facebook into your old and evil true slavery. Your true slave master. And the beauty of it is made to think that you're doing something divine. That's the true hidden shit. You think you're doing something divine. Breaking down the origins of goddamn whatever the fuck you doing. When you find out in these debates, no matter what side, you see me when I hear it, I'm like, oh, that nigga's right. Then I hear the other nigga, I'm like, oh, that nigga's right too. Because I'm beyond contradicting within myself. It's all ours. You got to look at it more practically. Because I've seen people put up all this shit with Egypt. Egypt was a big society just like America. So let's say 2005, which is really like 25,000 years, but 2,000 years from now, you found all of these doctrines about this long-gone place called America. And as we know in America, you may find some Bobby Hemmitt's work and be like, oh, this is divine. But at the same time, you'll find some shit from one of these congressmen and be going like, these motherfuckers was faggots. Or all these homos, you be like, wow, if some homos wrote some books, the down low, and you found this and you know, and this was scripture, you'll be able to put up on the board the writings of the down low and go, see, American was faggots. You wouldn't condemn everybody in America as being a faggot, or being conscious, or being a Christian, or being a Muslim. Just like you can't say everyone in Cam knew this or felt this. It wasn't one thinking. So how narrow-minded you say, well, these are the pyramid texts, and look what they say about eating children and eating people. Who the fuck knows who wrote that and what they was on when they wrote that? The same way you may find 2,000 years from now the book on the down low and go, look what they was on. Black men was hiding from each other and hiding from their wives and making love to each other, hiding in the bathroom. They were on the down low. The whole America was down low. That's how ignorant that sounds. You got to grow up out of this fucking wedge because you're controlled by an evil energy no matter what you think you're praying to. No matter what you think in your divineness in your house. Know the science. Know your true science. Know yourself. There's energies out there that seek for you to be human, and they lavish, they encourage you to drive wedges. All the shit that you're doing. Fuck what you're saying. Because we could go on all day about what it is you're saying and how right and how wrong that is. That's the surface. What it is you're doing shows the true niggas with science and understand what it is that's really going on here. What's really going on here. I'm beyond that bullshit because I understand where it comes from, what it's made of, and what's really running it. Because I deal with spirits, not with fucking theories and what they used to do in Egypt. Did they drink beer or didn't they drink beer? Did they wear this or didn't they wear that? Was this crown meaning this? What does that got to do with you now? How does it help you now? In terms of your spirituality, not in terms of your materialistic shit, in terms of your spirituality. In 1980s, Run DMC's outfits was the greatest shit going. And no matter how many debates I have in the 2000s about what Run DMC's outfits meant, it's fucking poppycock. It means nothing. And if I come dressed up like Run DMC, I look just as stupid today as anything going. Because it was for a time, it meant something at the time, and we may discuss what it meant at the time, but it should not go towards your self-esteem. It only should work towards the context in which you're dealing with now. And if you're talking about what that meant and what that used to mean, you're wasting time. But this is predicted. This comes from a different spirit that you're dealing with, that you're under, that you can't get out, that you're incarcerated in. And because it shows me who you really are and what work you really do, no matter how much shit you can repeat that you have read from somebody else's study or there's somebody else's doctrine, this shows me the work you haven't done to find out or go into the inner world to come out with your own light, your own perspective. You just repeating shit. And since you debating it, you cheerleading shit that you believe in. Nothing that you've come up with your own on yourself. That's the reality of you, but this comes from a bigger place, which I'm telling you right now. You're under a banner of evil that was created here for humanity. And your participation in this way you're doing it shows it's being revealed in our ancient information. So whatever drives wedges, whatever alienates you from a mutual understanding, whatever separates people in the groups.
Email.
Is a Ahriman's impulse. And see, this is Persian information, so you got niggas sitting there going, but the Persian people, but see, I don't see how you get this shit. Everything you say, I'm the Lord Master, I'm Lord Self and Master, Generator, Operator, Destroyer, I am God, I'm the Queen of it all, means that everything in existence is yours. But those are the white mans and the Jewish man and but they was in caves and crawling around on their stomachs, but all of a sudden they got a magical system called Kabbalah. I don't think so. It's yours. Everything is yours. I told you about mitochondrial DNA, and everything in existence comes out the black woman. That's the only place it's found. Mitochondrial DNA. So everything is yours. All this information is yours. And if it was white people writing it, they only got it from you. Because you seen how they live, and it ain't come out of them. It can't. They was too busy occupied sifting through doo-doo in Europe, sifting through their life. They said the one fucking bishop, when he died, after they took off layers and layers of his fucking clothes, which disturbed the fleas on his body, and I'm sorry I brought this up because I keep thinking this image, it looked like his head was a cauldron, a pot of boiling water, at all the movement on the fleas on this motherfucker's head and body. And you think they came up with a science? Any science? They ain't coming up with science when you're in that dire need. You know what I'm saying? You need a sandwich, you ain't sitting around talking about, oh, Shun, bring me a sandwich. Your ass is scraping around the house. Gonna get some grits in you or something. So this strengthens a Ahriman's impulse, meaning you're feeding into this demiurge energy that got you locked down in the first place. So the more you talk about the white man and his prowess and what he's doing, the more you will suffer from it.
Facebook.
The more you talk about the white man and his prowess, the more you will suffer from it. You're strengthening him. The more you debate about the white man and what he's doing and what our people need to do, that's why you never get out of it. You put yourself in that suffering. You're invoking more of what it is you think you're trying to get out of. The more of what it is you think you're fighting against, you're invoking it. Because it says here, you're strengthening Ahriman's impulse. You're strengthening that impulse. That's a science. That's what they told you in the movie Clash of the Titans. We get our power from when you pray to us. Don't get it fooled. What you think is praying to them is not sitting on your, he's going, oh, this one or that one, give me this, give me that. That's not praying to them. When you participate in behavior, certain human behavior, that is you invoking and praying on the energy. The more human you pray, the more human you act, the more human you react, is the more you're actually truly praying to the deities that's Lord over human existence, that need human ego to exist. Do you understand this, folks? Because you're really getting it now. The royal penis is clean. You're really getting it now. You know what I'm saying? What you're getting is the understanding that what praying to them is acting in human behavior. So that's why white people always give you something to be human about. Your Trayvons, your Fergusons, your chemtrails, your Illuminati, your Beyonce with a Baphomet ring, your phony ass rap music, your Weezys, your Jay-Z's that they're going to promote and make the greatest, because all he talks about is materialistic possession. So they don't think he's special or it didn't happen haphazardly. They put that money behind him because they know he would form millions of black minds, which he has. Please believe that. And what does that do? That's a way of praying to the energy that's got you locked down here. So all your human endeavors, debate is the ultimate in a human goddamn endeavor. Because at the core of any debate says, I need to be right. I need to be right. You're fooling yourself thinking, I'm teaching my people. Because no one person came there and said, I was believing that, and because of your presentation, I believe this. That's not going to happen. And it's not been happening. If you came there as a Hebrew Israelite, you're going to leave as a Hebrew Israelite. If you came there as a Moor, you're going to leave as a Moor. You came there as an RBG, you're going to leave as an RBG. You came there as a magician, you're going to leave as a magician. You get what I'm saying? You're going to leave as a magician. And even debates against white people is nothing way but a way for black people to speak their piece, really. Because you might convince some white people into some black shit because they're that easily swayed because they have nothing else. But black people have and believe what it is they are. You're not going to sway. So the reality, you're only indulging in your ego. That's real. You're only indulging in your ego. The need to say something and other black people to clap for your ass. And say, yeah, you know what I'm saying? You dropped that shit, whomever. And this is actually praying or strengthening a Ahariman. So everything you're trying to actually talk about in your debates to get beyond, you're actually strengthening it if you know your occult science. See, I know my occult science. I could never participate in that because it's the true destruction. And it ain't got nothing to do with what I'm saying or what I present or how many people clap for me. It's my actual participation in the process of this human endeavor that leaves me liable or makes me responsible for raising up the energy that has me locked down in my human thought. The royal penis is clean. One group will listen to this. Okay, let me go back. It straightens Ahariman's impulse. In reality, we should recognize the voice of Ahariman in what is so often proclaimed nowadays as the new idea. That's his voice. Here's the new idea. White people have mastered this. Technology that we already created, they always present to you like it's new. Prime example. iPhone has a new watch. It's the new next level. Remember Star Trek, they had the watch, they show you that. The watch is old. The watch tells time. And it's only going to do what everything in existence been doing. It tells your heartbeat and pulse. There's a thing that does that already. It's going to give you your texts. It's going to give you your phone calls. All that shit already in existence. But this watch seems like the new James Bond shit. It's the illusion of a new idea. But it keeps you locked in on the same level of humanity. Does nothing for your spirituality, but it makes you think that you're evolving. We have these big phones, now they're little phones. Now the new thing is big phones again. You know what I'm saying? We have these, this is a big phone compared to what it was, and then they got one that's damn near twice this size that niggas use as a phone. Before it was all about getting little phones. Remember that? We had this bulky phone, it's little. So it's this idea of evolution that's really not going anywhere. That's the hype. That's the trick you need to look for. That's the science of, well, I hate humanity. I'm never coming back. Well, I'm teaching you what humanity is right now and what the ancients seen as the true evil and what humanity truly was. Not the mere fact that you just had to pay rent. That's a side effect of something else. Your best case scenario, what you think humanity is your problem. That's what I'm teaching you now. It's often proclaimed as nowadays the new idea. And they said this should be recognized as the voice of Ahariman, which is again the evil energy, the evil deity, the demiurge, the god that lords over you. They also call the false god, the vomit, the abortion in Gnosticism. This in Persia, Ahariman. In Zarathustra, his name in them is Ahariman. And this should be recognized as the voice, anything so often proclaimed as a new idea. So that's the voice that locks you down, your new technology, or what you think is new, only based upon your organic black technology. One group will, and it goes back to the debates, one group will prove one thing. Another is exact opposite. And as both proofs can be shown to be equally logical. But I just tell you, I notice when I would study these debates just to see what niggas is doing, nothing in it entertains me. This is amusing to me. I've learned nothing, or what I've learned really doesn't matter either way. It's not going to change my belief system. It's not really teaching nothing. It's just proving each other's points. So this is what they say in the ancient world about debating. One group will prove one thing. Another, the exact opposite. And both proofs can be shown equally logical. Hatred and bitterness, of which there is more than enough in the world, will be infested. Because we started seeing fights break out now. So basically, that's what it really is. I seen the debate when niggas started fighting. Calm down. Niggas ain't do that. We're better than that. But they're still fighting. Because it's just really hatred and bitterness. Ain't nobody in that debate, even though they saying it, I'm glad two brothers came and we love each other and we're proving our sides. Like these niggas hang out on the weekend now. You know what I'm saying? Nah, motherfucker, you hear the spirit in which that shit's coming in. You hear the bitterness and the fuck you niggas. Really, I believe this and you believe that. Your shit ain't shit. My shit's the shit. And then when they prove it, when they prove it, I'll be like, God damn, that sounds real. I guess Allah is Osiris. And then the other person will ask, that shit sound real. I guess Allah came into the 13th century, whatever the fuck they want to say. I'm like, that should sound real too. Why? Because both proofs can be shown as equally logical. You can prove anything with logic. I told you that in the last debate, the part 1 to this. You can prove anything with logic. Anything with logic. Why? Because logic is only good as the information you got. Even Ray Hagan, who I'm not a fan of, based upon all of that policeman's bullshit that he's been promoting, and that's not our thing. Plus I went to one of his lectures to hand out flyers for Brother Wayne or Brother Lean, and them niggas were saying lift every voice and sing before they started. I'm like, call it what it is, but that's not my frequency. You understand? But even he said, Jesus, first thing he said was, Jesus or anybody can be proven on paper. Problem is, Jesus and all that is a concept that you need to realize yourself. That's the real story. But if you want a historical Jesus or historical whomever, it all can be proven on paper, which is true. So that means both sides can prove logically, based upon information that exists, it exists. And sound fire, do it. And then he also said, if you're a Muslim, you need Muhammad to exist. So of course you're able to prove it. Of course. Does it make it more real to me or whomever who's not into it? Hell no. It makes it more realistic for you. And because you need that. That's all psychological bullshit. It ain't got nothing to do with science. That's all your psychological need for this shit to be right. For you. You're not proving or recruiting nobody who wasn't on that fence any motherfucking way. You ain't doing no work. What you're doing is stimulating this energy that's got you locked down here spiritually in the first place. So hatred and bitterness, which there is more than enough in the world, will be intensified. So these debates only intensified a wedge, which even that Roy Hagan said. He said, after all of this, I don't see us getting no closer. I don't see us eating no dinners together. I don't see us learning more after the fact, after we got hashed all this out. All I see is the next promotion for the next debate. The promotion for the next debate. So all it will do is intensify. The next thing we're going to just have straight bare knuckle boxing. I believe in Allah. I believe in motherfucking Patah. Round 1. Just bare knuckle boxing. Fuck, that's the new debate. Slap boxing. These trends are too exploited by Ahariman in preparation for an earthly incarnation. Because there's no earthly incarnation. The earthly incarnation they're talking about, it has incarnated. Because that's now even penetrated, as I've been pointing out, the mind of the consciousness. So that incarnation is incarnating through you. There's not no man going to come. Ain't no Antichrist going to come. Ain't no fucking Christ going to come. The Antichrist, Ahariman, is a concept that has manifested through you. All things happen through your material existence. So the Christ energy, consciousness, true consciousness, soul, spirit, humanity in its proper place. The Christ energy. There's no Christ that's going to come. Ain't no Jesus going to come back. That's you that's supposed to come back. Your consciousness is supposed to come back. That's the second coming. First coming is when you was building pyramids, let's just say. When you was building societies and you were the Elohim and the giants and all that other shit that you like to talk about as your glory days, that it will and is coming back in you. That's the second coming of Christ, which is within you. The coming of the Antichrist, the incarnation of the Antichrist, that has happened. Because even in your conscious work, you see this humanity reigning supreme. I just explained all of that to you. True Antichrist, because it's the anti-transformation. Not in what you're saying, because it's masked under the information that you say as light coming. But you're not gaining anything from that light. You're just only speaking on that light. But you're not activating that light within you. Take classes, my nigga. I'll show you how. We don't debate there. We teach absolute methodology that works. OccultLectures.com. The royal penis is clean. So, the Gospels cannot lead to the real Christ unless they are illuminated by spiritual science. The Gospels cannot lead to the real Christ unless they are illuminated by spiritual science. So it's the science that's going to get you over. Quoting these lines, quoting these scriptures, or quoting what the pyramid text said, what some ancient motherfucker said, what some nigga on earth said, what Bobby Hemmett said, what Paddock said, will not lead you to the real Christos energy. Only spiritual science. So what I teach you, what Bobby teaches you, a few others, Brother Phil teaches you, a few others, are supposed to activate something in you to lead you to real spiritual science. Not just be a cheerleader for shit that you agree with. I don't need you to agree with me. I agree with me. I say what I say based upon the context of this lecture. You give it the frequency, understood. If you don't agree with me, then here's the answer. Don't agree with me. There's many paths to finding light. No one man, myself included, doesn't own the absolute path. I feel this though, a lot of the work I did has got me a lot of accomplishments that I think people can benefit from. But if you see something within the realm of what I'm doing, by all means, what supersedes anything I say is what comes from your own fucking mind. That supersedes anything I say. That's why I can't buy into any of this shit, debates, none of that, because what's in my mind at the end result is the realm that I'm creating. The mind is all, the universe is mental, which means my mental interpretation of the universe comes from here. What influences me can come from other divine minds, which I share in Akasha and quantum reality. But I know the difference between when humanity has taken over and spirituality comes through. I can see when a nigga, even the same person, is coming from a spiritual place and coming from his fucking ego. Nigga talking about yourself in the third person, you an egotistical motherfucker. You ain't from Saturn and I'm not, nigga. Let's get it together. So I understand, I see through that little humanity. Some of these motherfuckers are brought forth by these goddamn energies and presented to you by these motherfucking deities to keep your ass locked down, to keep your ass in tricknology. You think you're dealing with your science, but you only have more information to become a stronger, better human. You heard what the fuck I just got finished saying. The royal penis is clean. Got no time to play with you. Let's get it on. You want to be conscious? I told you this lecture is not for the faint of heart. You want to be conscious? Well, let's be conscious. Let's deal with some real shit now. Show me the fuck. Don't even show me. Show this whatever doctrine you can find to counteract what I'm saying. You enjoy it, and you be whoever you are. I'm trying to talk to people going to the next level. If you are never to be satisfied with where you are in your level of consciousness, challenge yourself. Don't get to say you know everything about Ptah and that's all there is to know. Ptah is a being or energy described in the universe. And what's the first law of the universe? Change. So you're dealing with Ptah, how they dealt with him in the time of Egypt, and Egypt only, and not how he interacts or interrelates with you, meaning you can't get no new information from Ptah Fuck you name yourself that for? Fuck you doing here? Is your royal penis clean? Because my royal penis is clean. King of Zamunda, goddammit. Let's go to Queens to get my love. That's all you did. Came to Earth to get your love. Take that shit back to Zamunda. Live happily ever after, nigga. The royal penis is clean. So the Gospels or any doctrine cannot lead you to the real Christ. So studying whatever you're studying is not going to lead you. That's going to remind you, give you guidance, understand, put you back in that zone. But unless they are illuminated by spiritual science, it ain't going to happen. You got to be illuminated by spiritual science, meaning that comes from within. It comes from the mind. That comes from the alchemy. That comes from taking information, letting it circulate, speculating, running it onto walls, which is the process of gaining wisdom, and then becoming it, which is the last process of understanding, knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. The true Trinity, man, woman, and child. New birth. So you take both sides of yourself, the masculine and feminine, when you put it together, you have the child. Alright? That's the new birth. Newborn in the spirituality. Failing this illumination, the Gospels as they stand give rise to no more than what's the hallucination of Christ's appearance in world history. Let's say that again. Failing this illumination, meaning illuminated by spiritual science, which most people are failing, but they have the doctrine, which could be considered the Gospels, the Bobby Hemmett lectures. If you don't understand the spiritual science of what he's talking about, see, I said in the whole video now, somebody put up Bobby Hemmett's funniest moments. The 22 minutes of all jokes Bobby said. You niggas missed the point. You need jokes to keep niggas entertained. But the reality is, you really hope, beyond them fucking laughs to keep you entertained, you're hearing something that is speaking so deep in you that it activates something. If it doesn't, see, my ego doesn't run me that way. So I don't feel I'm just automatically activating niggas. My ego has to take a back seat to my true spiritual understanding. My spiritual understanding is I leave this for whomever can find it and find use for it on no matter what level. I don't have any egotistical expectations. I don't expect that I'm saving the entire black race, or what I do is more magical than the next. I'm here living my purpose. This is for me. And ultimately, every tape, every lecture, everything I do is ultimately to my satisfaction. And I hope people can get something out of it. That's the most humblest I become, because if I'm thinking I came to save black folks, I'm the next Messiah, I'm the next nigga, the only nigga to do this, that, the other, I fooled myself, raised up my ego, and live in this fantasy world. So failing by true spiritual illumination, or you failing yours, the Gospels or any doctrine of information that you read, as they stand, give rise to what is no more than hallucination in Christ's appearance in world history. So you appear to be enlightened, but you're actually hallucinating that you're enlightened, that you're conscious. When you're doing all this bullshit that you're doing, you're hallucinating. You're not really tapping into nothing. And I know it because after you do all the this, that, and the others that you're doing on Facebook and any other social place, showing people that you badass, I get the emails, how come this ain't working, how come it ain't happening, I don't feel like nothing's happening, and I'm trying to do this, and I don't know, and panic, how do you do this? But if you are what you say you are, you should be able to do that. But I know, and you know in your heart that you're not. You don't have to be that way. I know you don't. That's what this class is. It's showing you how to access it. Don't take my word, take the people who made the transition. I still get emails from niggas in class years later. Now, at this point, I get it now. Even after they took the class, I get it. Now I know what you're saying. Now they know what I'm saying because they're experiencing it. I used to even watch Bobby myself and be like, I get with it, I understand. It feels like I understand. But when I started going through the practices and watched that shit again, I had a whole different understanding when you experience it. So, it's like before you get some pussy. You asking your older cousins, what's it like to get pussy? They'll tell you, it's soft, it's wet, It's hot, it's warm, and you get that concept: warm, soft, hot, wet, smooth, sweet, nice, and you're like, okay. But when you get some pussy, all those words about pussy come online: wet, soft, warm, hot. But before you get pussy, it's like, I can't wait to get in some wet, soft shit. Think about that for a second. So when I heard Bobby, Phil, and all them, Melanin, Kundalini, Pineal, spirits, talking to spirits, it sounded like somebody describing pussy. Even though I understood it and could get the concept and can make the relations. So I'm sure it's me as well to make the relation. But when you get over that hump and get some pussy, meaning you start interfacing with spirituality, interfacing with the dark side, bringing your ideas into light, having self-realizations, not being able to repeat the most information, self-realizations about who and what you truly are. You have these self-realizations. The things I say, Bobby say, and all, take on a whole new life. They take on a whole new life. Because you now have gone through what we are going through, have went through, so on and so forth. Or maybe even going through something we haven't gone through. Your mind is just as divine as any one of us sitting here speaking to you. We have just done the work. You have not. You do the work, you will be amongst the gods, amongst the chaos beings just like us. There's nothing wrong with you. No one here is better. I truly believe I can talk to you the way I'm talking to you because I believe you have the ability to do anything I have done and greater. That's what that means in the Bible. You can do anything I've done yet greater. Meaning you have what I have and there's no limit to your mind like there's no limit to mine. So if you may, from this vantage point, say, wow, Panic has done all of this. Brother Bobby has done all of this. But once you make up your mind to understand you can do the same thing and greater, that's speaking on the divinity of your own mind and power as well. I give you that credit and I give you that understanding. Otherwise, you wouldn't be nothing to talk to. If I didn't give you that credit, you would be the person I just say, listen, you need to follow me because you ain't got it. And when you see them niggas suddenly want followers, they don't trust and believe in your mind. They believe they somehow figured it out or better than you or figured out something you can't figure it out. And just because you come to them humbly, Panic, how do you do that? How do you do that? If you're ego-driven, you're going to look at you somehow better or their boss. You'll hear me say, figure that shit out yourself. I'm not answering that bullshit. While you think that may be cruel, it's ultimately saying to you, I believe you have the ability to find that out yourself. Why let me spoil it with what I found out about that subject? Why don't you figure it out? Find it out yourself with your divine mind. It's the ultimate respect I'm giving you, telling you to figure that shit out yourself. That's the ultimate respect. I'm not saying I'm your parents, but to use this analogy, your parents even do your homework for you to get it out the way, or they make you sit there until you figure it out. Your 4 times tables. Because they're saying to you, I know your mind works, motherfucker. I remember I couldn't tell time. No, I didn't know my 5 times tables. My mother said, could you tell time? Which is basically the 5 times tables. I said, yeah. 5 after this, 10 after this, 15 minutes after this, 8:40. She said, then you know your 5 times tables, motherfucker, silly bastard. Like, but Mom, I don't know my 5 times tables. She said, do you know how to tell time? Yeah, then you know. So that sounds cruel, harsh, but not really, because we all know our mothers to do that, our fathers to do that, or something like that to us. But they're really saying to you is, use your fucking mind, and you will have these answers, dumbass. So when you ask me questions, Brother Panic, what that means, and I'm like, I ain't going to answer that. Go look at it on Google. Go find that book. That's me saying, use your fucking mind, motherfucker. I believe in you. I believe you can find this answer. While you saying, Brother Panic don't be, because you want me to treat you like you stupid, I would go as far as to say I'm happy to do it, but I'm not happy to do it, so I'm not going to treat you like you're stupid. But you got people who sitting out here teaching you on YouTube and wherever other lecture circuit they on, happy to treat you like you're stupid. Want you to tell them what masteries, how masterful they are. And without them, we don't know what we're going to do. And we're so glad the gods has presented to you, to us, in our wretched asses, to tell us the best colors to wear, the best eggs to fry, the best way to be against your white enemy. We are glad for you. Thank you. So you can find that person to answer your questions. I'm the guy that says, ye are gods. I'm the guy that says, you can do what I can do and better. Stay on your study, stay on your path. And I'll do you one better, even more important, I'm the guy who's telling you the tricks and methods of how to do it. I'm not just saying that and walking the fuck away. We got a whole lecture just now on the mentality. I offer classes how to do it. We all got paid rent. I ain't giving this shit, I don't cast pearls to swine. So for the price of the class, you become non-swine. Let's just keep it real. You become non-swine. It does give me the opportunity, or tells me, this person is a little bit more serious than the next person. Which is another way to say I can waste and go hard, because I go hard in classes on teaching, not lecturing, teaching. You hear what you don't hear in lectures, because I get the opportunity to break down all that shit that you do hear in lectures. What is humanity? How do you get past humanity? What is being pure heart? What's the key to being pure heart? How do you be pure heart? The shit you don't know in your divine transformation. You get taught that in class. Fairy kingdom, astral traveling, altars, candle magic, crystal marriage, fairies, deification, transformation, chakras, laws, Tahuti, universal laws, Necronomicon, mind control, to say a few, Gnosticism, Kabbalah. We go into it. And I put you at the foundation of these concepts, because we ain't going to learn about Kabbalah. Who gives a fuck? I put you at the foundation of, if you so decide to study Kabbalah, you have a divine mind to study it with. You decide to study the fairy kingdom, you're going to know how to study it, not just reading information and repeating it, how to internalize it, make it yours. OccultLectures.com. The royal penis is clean. Come get these classes, come get these products. Alright? The truth is beyond the reach of the kind of knowledge which people aspire to today. What you aspire to today, the true truth that you really should be looking for, that makes you conscious, you will never obtain it. What you're aspiring to today is black liberation. Is that needed? Yes. But I leave those to people who came here to do that. I let Cornel West and them do that. If you say you're conscious and you change your name to Ptah, to the Netcher, to Isis, or Set, whatever, Haru, Horus, a being, then I can't see where you're trying to fight for basically an advanced version of civil rights. If that's what you're here to do, I'm not here to judge you. But if you're here to be conscious, the truth, or find truth, let's just say that. You're trying to find universal truth. Let's just say that. It's beyond the reach of the kind of knowledge which most people aspire to today. So you have to change your aspirations. They feel on secure ground when they can reckon by means of figures, when they can prove things by statistics. So when you could break down and have tangible information, that's what most people are going for. They can't go on abstract intuition, which is spiritual information. Things that you just know. You just say, I know. And I'm going to operate as if I know, because it came from my divine mind. And I know my divine mind is never wrong. So if it's telling me to eat pizza all week, and I don't understand why, I'm going to do it. Well, let me be, because this is something I teach in class, and I'm going to be quick so you understand. What they call bird's eye view, which is spirituality. These spirits are not necessarily smarter than you, but what they are is outside the circle of time, meaning they can see past, present, and future, while you can only see present and speculate on the future and remember the past. That's why you're living in the now. So in the now, in the present moment, you may do some spiritual work, and the spirit may say, eat pizza. And you going, that's stupid. I did all the spiritual work to get this job. Because that's all you're really doing it for any fucking way. Then I got this craving for pizza. My intuition is saying, go get this pizza. This pizza you used to get. You know what I'm saying? Well, now, you're going to say, you put that right out your mind. You don't even think it's connected to everything you've been doing, meditating on, whatever ritual, candle, whatever deity you invoke. But you got to remember, these energies are outside the circle of time. So you may eat pizza, which may lead to a Twinkie, which may lead to you getting sick, throwing up, cleaning out, which may lead to you taking some alkali water, which may lead to you watching the movie, I don't know, Raising Cain or Dracula. All of these events that lead up to put you in a mindset or a mood for you to get this moment to say, I know what I need to do to get that job. So, and that's maybe a bad example, but we're starting with eating pizza that the spirit told you to do. It created a chain reaction that gave you your answer or led you to the place you needed to be. Or let's say you said, I need to watch this movie Dracula after the pizza, the Twinkie, the throwing up, the water. You go there and to Walmart to get the movie Dracula, and you see a sign that says they're hiring for whatever it is you do, cable guy. You go, oh shit, that's what I needed, that's what I needed to see. So you may say, spiritually, it got me into Walmart. But actually, it started with that pizza. It started with something that's a mundane notion. The spirit told you that because it could see in the future. It could see outside the circles of time. So it's telling you what to do to start the reaction for your spiritual answer, even though you can't see the connection. That's why you must follow your intuition at all times. It's guiding you. You're never lonely without it. You understand? So I teach people how to raise up intuition. But people are too stuck on needing something tangible. I was dreaming about a job, or I was trying to get a job and I had a dream. I was a construction worker, so I must do construction. Now, not to say it's invalid, but we usually move faster on shit like that because it's so tangible. Something we feel close that we can touch and logically deal with. We can't see eating a pizza or eating a Twinkie as something that's going to lead us to what we need, because after we did all that meditation, that's what came. So we need to simplify what we do and understand we are always in communication, always contact, can't be shut down. That intuition, that intuitive level, the more work you do, becomes clairvoyant. No one, no more at least, is naturally clairvoyant. You have to build that energy up. I am clairvoyant because I built the energy up. People say, well, I get this feeling, I get that, and I always had that a lot. That's a difference. You are called mediums. You're dealing with intuition. What's her name is a medium. A mundane medium. That's why she gets mundane information. Sylvia Brown. Oh, your uncle's here. Your uncle's standing right there. Is that real? Yes. But she's only tapped in actually to the solar plexus level. When you tap in up here, you're dealing on you could touch more advanced levels than where your grandpa is in the astral world and what he wants you to do, and to let you know you should be happy. He's still kicking or whatever. That's mundane shit. You want to be more advanced. So at the very start, you got to start out with the intuition. It'll tell you to eat pizza, then you'll get your full-blown answers. You understand? Now that's in my teaching class. So you got to get past logic, which are figures, and statistics for your spirituality. That's logical human thought. Alright? Alright, good. I'm glad you're passing through. Now, that was about halfway through the book. That was his first lecture. This book is a series of 3 lectures. The influences of Lucifer and Ahriman, but that made our point. Alright? Let me see. I think there's 3 lectures in this book. There are 5 lectures. Alright? And that's by Rudolf Steiner. Human Responsibility for the Earth. Alright? You understand that? You guys got a master revealing through that book just now. I hope you guys understand it. And if you, I'm going to go now. That book was the next book because the white man and what they represent in their genealogy, and why they were brought here was because of our thinking downfall. So they was able to exist, and they became excellent tools for a spiritual energy that locks you down. Humanity is a spiritual energy. The soul, the spirit, and the body are three different things. And I'm not giving you more from my class. Come and join me. And this is from my class. But we need to know that everything has a spirit. Bobby Hemming has said it, even a roach has a spirit. So humanity has a spirit. And your humanity is not the spirituality that we're talking about. It's what they call a counterfeit spirit. You've heard this talk thrown around. I heard people talk about it wrong. Counterfeit spirit. What's a counterfeit spirit? This entire materialistic existence is a counterfeit spirit. You guys call it the illusion. Is that air you're breathing? Is that a rose you're smelling? When you smell a rose and a patch of roses, you're like, wow, I feel spiritual. These roses is all beautiful and I'm in a botanica. But technically, it's a counterfeit spirit. That's not a rose you're smelling. Now, what that rose is reflecting or represent is based upon something greater. So the something greater which exists in you, your soul, is communicating with that counterfeit spirit called the rose or the whatever tree or whatever vitamin. Because your soul is what makes it real. And your soul, the apparatus for your soul is your mind. And they told you in the Matrix what? Your mind makes it real. So the roses work for you and this and that works for you because what's in them, what they are based upon. So they tell you in Gnosticism, the deity that created this realm, Yaldabaoth, seen what was above his head and seeked to duplicate it in a botched job. You understand? They tell you in Kabbalah, the first triad of the world is facing up. Then you see the next three Sifras, the triad is facing down. And then the next three, another down. And then the last one, the last Sifra is Malkuth, which you are. So they tell you it's the real world folded over on itself, reflected on itself, and a copy of that, and then an afterthought. Meaning a rose down here is a reflection of the real world, and still above the Kefa is the three trimesters of birth into the nothingness. And the nothingness is not a place, is not a destination. The three Ein Sof and Ein Sofar represent the three trimesters of birth. The same thing happens when you get down here. You're in the nothingness of the womb for 9 months, 3 trimesters. Ein Sof and Ein Sofar. Then you become manifested into what you are, into this which is nothingness, or into nothing or something new. So when you go back up the tree of life, the Ein Sof and Ein Sofar is a process of being born back into the realm of nothingness because it's undescribable by a human brain. So as a human, you don't want to humanize your end result. That's why it's the nothingness. What later the nothingness became all descriptions that don't really describe nothing, but only ideas. Nirvana, the sweet by and by, heaven, the afterlife, the upper room, Shangri-La, all of these words are not really saying what they are, but it's kind of like Nirvana. It's a description of the ultimate pleasure. You understand? And that came from the idea of the nothingness as the pathway to heaven. So it's nothing because your brain can't describe it, but it doesn't mean that it is nothing. That's stupid. Alright? So those 3 aspects of darkness, those triple stage darkness, when Elijah Muhammad said we came out of triple stage darkness, coming out the 3 trimesters of the dark womb, which as above, so below. The black woman is represented as Malkuth and as Kefa, 2 different polarities on the black woman. That is called Mary the Virgin, Mary Magdalene, the whole on earth, Come on, y'all gonna get this shit today. The royal penis is clean. You understand? Mary Magdalene, the whore, or in the occult, is represented as the Scarlet Woman, or Jezebel. It represents the black woman on earth as the fallen daughter. In Ketha, she's the divine mother, unscathed, untouched, and pure. When she had the baby, which are the Siphoras below, in the Malkuth, she's Mary Magdalene or whore. Both women interfaced with the Christ energy in different contexts. What did Mary Magdalene do for Christ? She washed his what? His feet with her hair. Meaning she took her consciousness on her head and started working with him in Malkuth. Your feet represent Malkuth, your foundation. She's raising him up with her consciousness, the great divine feminine. That's his enlightenment, the great divine feminine. The divine feminine is your enlightenment. Read a book called Oracle of the Illuminati by William Henry. He's famous for clones of the Illuminati, but you want to read Oracle of the Illuminati, where he tells you about the Divine Mother. Jason, July, August, September, October, November, which are the dog days of summer, which are the Christ energy, which is where you get the name Jason, which is another name for Jesus. Jason in the Technicolor Dreamcoat, or Jason in the Golden Fleece. The Golden Fleece, there was a Broadway play called the Technicolor Dreamcoat, which was this coat. That dream coat is the great divine feminine energy. All right? Now, so these are different polarities talking about the black woman. The nothingness, the triple stage darkness is you in the womb. In the nothingness. Because technically, the baby is nothing and shit. That's even the debate with abortion. The baby is nothing till they're born. No, the baby's something in the womb, but that nothingness of the womb, because you don't remember. Some people said they do remember, but technically, for the most part, people don't remember being in the womb. That represents you remember nothing because you don't remember the process. And even if you have flashes of being in the womb, you don't remember your day-to-day life in that motherfucking womb. You may have flashes of I remember something and blah blah blah, but you don't remember how shit was going down in the womb, you know what I'm saying, and all the rest of that shit, because it represents the nothingness. But was it happening? Yes. Because other people who were here were already observing your wife get bigger, her hormones change, her eating differently, until you came here. So yes, something was happening, but it was still nothingness from your perspective. So you're going into that realm of nothingness spiritually. The Iron Sofa, when you get to the concept of Kabbalah, because you're being birthed again. So I have been born again based upon me relieving myself. All the Siphoras represents different aspects of your humanity. One side of the tree is mercy, the other side is severity. So let's say you're a bad human being. You're a Saddam Hussein or whoever they say is bad. You're just pulling from one side of the tree. Let's say you're a good human being. You're Obama. You're into Greenpeace and feeding the homeless. You're just another aspect of humanity and you're still stuck. That middle pillar, neither good or bad, is where you're trying to walk. That's the path of the young Jedi. You understand? The middle path is Malkuth, Yoshad, Tifera, the Darth, and Ketha. They showed you that in Star Wars, my niggas. Malkuth, slavery. Anakin was on that planet. He was a slave. Remember that? Him and his mama was a slave. On that sand planet. That's the desert. That's Malkuth, Sifra number 1. Who are the Jedi? The Sifra Tifera touches every single Sifra on the tree. And it has a path to every Sifra, which means it's the balancer of the Force. Each Force is a Sifra or a path. It balances it all because they all meet at Tefra, the sunbeams, the Jedi Council, the light. So when Anakin got in front of the Jedi Council, they said, you can't be a Jedi. You're worried about your mother. What's your mother? Right below Tifera, right above Malkuth, is Yoshad, the moon, the mother. So they're worried about him not being able to stay balanced in the Force, that he would slip back down. because of his mother, right? Right above Tifra is called Thoth, the hidden Sifra, where you have who? Darth Vader, where the true change happens. Because while they're telling you in all Kabbalistic studies, except for Crowley and the motherfuckers, not to fuck with the Darth is the backside of the tree, and all this kind of shit like that. That's the way to the Clip-Off. Clip-Off is just all poppycock. The Darth is the key. The Darth is the symbolic death, or the gateway. Darth means knowledge. And what did Adam and Eve do? They bit off the tree of knowledge. They took the fruit with Sifra on the tree, or the fruit, the hidden fruit, or the fruit you ain't supposed to eat off of, is the fruit of knowledge, Darth. Who told them not to eat off of it? That same God, Ahriman, or the same demiurge energy that said you shouldn't become a god. You eat off the fruit of life, meaning the fruit of earth, the fruit of humanity. He said you could eat all you want off of that shit. That's the front side of the Sifra tree. And all of that is in that Kabbalistic pathwork are ways just to become better, more smarter humans. When you go through that Darth and the Clip-Off, and I did lectures already on the Clip-Off, because you will get very little understanding, even by the niggas who teach this shit, of what the Clip-Off is and really means, because they tell you it's the shells. But what they attribute to the to the tree of life is actually most of what the Clip-Off really is. See, they say the Clip-Off is basically a shadow or afterthought of the tree of life. Shit that fall off the demonic realm. But we know out of darkness comes light. I thought, what happened to all of that? So if the Clip-Off is the dark side of the tree, and out of darkness comes light, it must be reflecting the front side of the tree. So while you think of the Clip-Off is some shit that fell off, listen to the own shit you say. Out of darkness comes light. This shadow world reflects this light world. So the Clip-Off is the real world, niggas. And this light side of the tree is a reflection, the illusionary world that you live in today. Most of the Sifra is telling you how to manipulate in this illusionary world with zodiac and time. Huh? The royal penis is clean, huh? But the dark side is outside of the circles of time. I'm melanin, I'm chaos, I'm the dark nigga. Then that's the Clip-Off, my nigga. By its very understanding. The demons was the genius, was the melanin. Demons, humans, melanin. Same shit. That's your black ass. And that's attributed to the Clip-Off. Until you study Clip-Off, the tree of life ain't shit. And I said it. It ain't shit. It's just how to manipulate and fuck around in humanity. You could know it, or should or could know it, because you should understand what humanity is. How to overcome it. You need to understand what it is to overcome it. You need to understand your opponent. So she'll learn it. But you ain't going to get over and just dismiss the Clip-Off. Here's the thing. There's Lon Milo Duquette. He ran the OTO, one of Crowley. He's best at explaining Crowley. He made a book called Understanding Crowley's Tarot. So Crowley's Tarot card book, he made a book called Understanding It. So he's been explaining Crowley forever. Deep enough occultist doesn't take himself seriously. He's on Facebook. I told Miss Blue, get him on your show. He said, I'll come on your show as long as you invite some other white folks on the show. Some white folks have a spiritual store. So she did a show with them. It was like to get Lon Milo Duquette. Because I wanted to be the puppet master in this particular situation, which I was. And I was typing questions to ask him, because he would never sit down with me for no reason. Typing questions to ask this motherfucker. And Miss Blue was asking him, because she didn't know what to ask him. So we asking him questions. So I'm letting him do all this shit. Oh, wow, and this and that. He's saying all the shit we know, thinking we don't know. He's like, well, I hate to burst your guys' bubbles, but, angels are nothing but energies. I know we thought they were this and that. He's talking to some black folks that believes in angels. Even Miss Blue had to tell him, no, that ain't bursting nothing, player. We been knew that. That's old hat for us. Even Miss Blue got in his ass on that one. So now, I finally asked, he's talking about his Kabbalah shit. What's the Clip-Off? his words were, well, there's so much information about the front side of the tree that I'm dealing with. I really get to deal with the clip off and what that means, and there's just too much information dealing with the front. He basically dismissed it. So I had the mentality, either he don't know or whatever. So I'm telling this to Bobby, this, that, this thing. So Bobby said, wait a minute. This motherfucker did a whole book on the goddamn clip off. I said, what? I said, the royal penis is clean? He said, look, he didn't even want to tell you niggas. Or, see, they know that the clip-off can fuck them up based upon their lack of melanin. So they have to tread lightly with it. You know what I'm saying? They have to tread lightly with it. Their boldest motherfucker was Crowley dealing with the dark side shit. I told you he was a nigga disincarnated in a white body. We've gotten that before. And actually, Bobby's giving me words of Crowley that Crowley was basically saying that as well. Now, so he either didn't want to tell niggas, or Bobby said they also, because they write books, and this will fuck their people up, they don't want to give that information because they become liable for niggas fucking with the clip off, and they getting fucked up based upon their lack of money. So it made more sense. But clearly he was willing to tell you, just dismiss it, and not tell you niggas, even though he wrote an entire fucking book on this shit. Alright? So that tells you what the real important shit is, and what they really safeguarding is what you've been calling this dark side, and what you've been calling fucking evil. You understand? You better get over that. So after Europe got off the island after dirt, I gave you a mentality that began to thrive. A mentality that was already in existence, but was able to incarnate on the earth. Remember I told you, the Antichrist incarnates, Christ incarnates, Lucifer even incarnates, but you thinking that is one individual. It incarnates into a mentality, into an energy that exists through the people. The only one that's ever going to be born here incarnated are humans, until that stops. And the Antichrist and all these energies are talking about a time period. So, in Zarathustra, Persian information was just giving another interpretation of the demiurge, Gnosticism, an energy in humanity that keeps it. This was just his version. This is just what we use through a particular system to make this point. But there are many systems that talk of this. Know that. And what you need to understand is he's actually talking about when it incarnated when white people showed up. That was the true incarnation of the Antichrist. Because they was unlike anything. And mind you this, they came out of our DNA, so they're an aspect of us. They didn't come from Pleiades. They didn't come from no star system. They were born here as an aspect of the lowest nature of us on planet Earth. An aspect of us. The good news for them is they can evolve based upon the seed of the Negro that is in them. Once they start to embrace, love it, and understand the value of it. John Anthony West, Magical Egypt. Those are the 8 CDs I was trying to tell you about before. You can find them on YouTube. Magical Egypt. He did an 8-part series. In the series, you see all these niggas on the wall that he's studying. Then he starts talking about Matthew. I can't remember the chapter. It's in my book. Where there's a story called the talents. The talents of men. Jesus Christ comes down, sees a man with 10 talents, tells that man, bury those 10 talents. I'll be back next year. A man with 5 talents, bury those talents. I'll be back next year. Then he sees a man with 1 talent and says, bury that talent. I'll be back next year. So next year, Jesus Christ comes back. The man with 10 talents buried them. Now he has 20 talents. The man with 10 talents buried them. 5 talents buried him. Now he has 10 talents. What this is saying is those talents, they were talking about money in that context, but they represent who and what you are, what is in you, your melanin, your power, your energy, your light. To bury it, meaning study the science, go within, and it still will double. You have a pathway. That's what that message of Christ is saying. You have a pathway no matter where you're starting. So the man with 1 talent didn't bury his talent. And of course, everlasting hell, destruction, and all this, Jesus showed him his wrath. Because he said, why didn't you bury your one talent? He said, motherfucker, it was only one talent. It wasn't shit. I ain't going to bury that. So I'm like, why is he telling the story? Then I got why he was telling the story. He's telling the story because he's talking to white people. He's saying, I know these walls are filled with black people. I know they have the divine kiss of melanin. I know we are wretched. I know we cannot even stand in the sun when we try to look at sun worship. I know we can't even look directly in the eyes of black people. I know we have been shady dealing since we got here. I know we was born in filth. I know we lived in caves and enclosed those hovels with manure shit. I know our fleas were our best friends. We slept with goats. I know we didn't have windows in our house because it was worthless, because there was nothing we needed to do in terms of reading. I know all of these things, but this one talent, which has to be in us because we were still created from the black source. We have to bury that talent and cultivate it. That was his message to white folks, and I got that. So white folks, you do have a path of transformation. The problem is you're trying to intertwine it with black people's level. The moment you get off of that shit, you won't. And we're not talking about superiority, inferiority. We're just talking about you're just not in the same class. I don't think a college person is inferior or superior to as an entity than a third grader. But I think his knowledge, based upon the work he has put in, the time that he has put in, the time that we have been here, is superior to what it is you are. You need to recognize that. You need to know who your father and your mother is. Stay out of our way, let us do our work, which will allow you to see and evaluate your one talent and where you are and do your work. That's my message for hope for you. And if you don't accept it, I don't care less. But let's see if you try to go to head with my ancientness and see where it leads you. Your 1% is trying, and really y'all running around this motherfucker. Y'all think y'all running us because you'll see a few fools in the media, but I couldn't exist if y'all was winning. And this is something I said before, and I want y'all to understand this as black people. You say the white man got this in his work, he got that. Y'all could name close to 75 things the white man's got against your black ass. This is how I absolutely know nothing is working. Because if it was working, all you needed is one thing. Why do you need 74 other things to do if you found one thing that was working? You need 75 things to do against this chemtrails and movies and mind control and the terrorist act of making you pay rent and keeping you out of bank loans, making you go to their colleges for knowledge, shooting down Bill Cosby, whether true or not true, delighting in it, shutting down the black female image. We go on for days what they do. Police violence, police videos on YouTube to terrorize your ass, showing you in the world as nothing, has never been nothing, so on and so forth. We can go on for days at what it is they do to you for the sake of white supremacy, for the sake of mind control. But let me ask you this. If one thing was working or one thing could work, that's all they would need to do. They do so many things because it's not working. And this is because the melanin in you is the greatest adapter in the universe. I told you the substance of the universe is melanin. And the law of the universe is change. That is represented as chaos. The melanin in you is chaos and change. You always adapt. They showed you this in the season. If it wasn't the last season, it was the season before the last of True Blood. It was the season before the last, when they was trying to get the fairy blood to make a cure. And the doctor who created True Blood, the geneticist who created True Blood, they kidnapped a geneticist, and he was trying to get fairy blood. And he said, once you take it out the body, it changes. It becomes regular blood. So I can never find the secret to melanin. Or to fairy blood. That was the absolute fucking story of melanin. Once they take it out, that's why they're trying to extract it. They can't find the secret to melanin. Dr. Lean told you there's 7 secrets. I can't remember all of them. And they found that all of them. The 6th secret was light. So now when they started using laser treatment to fix your eyes and lasers to do surgery, that they mastered how to heal you with light. All right? The seventh or eighth ether to deal with is melanin. They cannot find the key because as soon as they take it out the system, as soon as they remove it from the nigga, it becomes docile and regular and human. It's chaos when it's inside the fucking body, which is why if they could find out the key to melanin, it'll be over for you. I seen on YouTube, there's a movie they got you ready for called Transcendence, where they were able to take the mind or the consciousness of a man and put it in a robot. They're doing that now. And ironically, there was a white woman who moved her consciousness into a robot, and they had the model robot of a black woman. I wish I could name the video, see if you can find creative ways to look it up, and I'm sure somebody will tell me when they find it or may have seen it. My son actually showed me that on a compilation video that this nigga was watching downstairs that was advanced shit they trying to do with electronics, chipping niggas and making niggas happy to buy these chips. You can open doors with the chip, and he's like, I'm getting my chip. Now, they showed this woman talking about she can remove her consciousness of her mind, put it into machine, and they chose a black woman, black robot, to do this shit with. I was like, that's interesting, because they know they can't find the secrets of melanin, so they're trying to have everlasting life, so they're trying to use technology for that everlasting life. Even when you watch their future movies with their future, everything is about new advanced technology and technology to save your life. Even so much so, they showed you the whole iRobot series is a conscious series. iRobot, because there's more than one book. The iRobot that Will Smith is in the same person who wrote that book, wrote what's it called? With Robin Williams. Bicentennial Man. Where they showed you the reverse, where he started out as a robot, but in a servant, a slave, and eventually became a human. Started questioning, well, what is humanity? Because he got an artificial lung, this and that, and that. He said, shit, my technology, artificial heart, artificial lung, is in you. Artificial kidneys. Does that make you less human and more robot? He said, so now that I have lungs and this and that and the nervous system, where I started out as a robot, excellent movie, Bicentennial Man. Robin Williams. Does that make me less conscious, so on and so forth, blah, 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 blah. So, whew, we've been going hard. I thought this would be a 2-hour video, but I doubt it. So, you'll need to change your minds and how you see consciousness. I see most people getting get with Facebook and the social group because these old motherfuckers who ain't doing nothing got stuck on doing nothing keep showing them pictures of them just dressed up in fucking sheep uniforms and changing their fucking name to whatever ISIS because they stuck in this motherfucker. Know me, panic all day. I love you, panic, but won't take the fucking class to fucking really learn. So they love me in theory. They love me because to them I make them feel good saying they gods and saying gods exist. And I do it, my face looks real, and you're real convinced. So the shit that they can't feel with my aggression, I make them feel it. So therefore I make them feel good. But what I'm actually saying, if I really got with them and say, speak to me on what I'm saying, they really couldn't tell you. But I know I make them feel good because all they hear is you God, you a goddess. That's all they hear. That's all they need to hear. Because all that love and panic, you changed my life shit, I've seen motherfuckers go on other lecturers' pages say the same exact shit. And totally lecturers that is not talking about what I'm talking about in any context. So they just love the church version of it. I know it. Don't think you're fooling me. And just because we play on Facebook, you my friend, I know exactly how far now advanced you are. I remember most of you got on Facebook and your name was fucking Gerard, Shirley, Camille. And now you're fucking Isis Boom, Rabba Boom Bombay, El Patah, El Bay, Yemen Ya El Bay, and all this shit. There's a person named Yemen Ya El Bay on my friends list. That's my favorite friend. So we heard how one of the things, the incarnation of this white man is what they were talking about when they talked about the Antichrist and Ahriman, because they're the anti-Christios, they're the anti-enlightenment. There's no entity been on this planet, even in their ignorance, anti-enlightenment. If we was in this room talking enlightenment right now, and there was a white person there, they would do everything in their power, unconsciously, fuck consciously, just to change the subject or bring the energy down. You ever notice that? You can be on your job, and you're not necessarily talking conscious shit, but you're talking higher shit. You know what I'm saying? Then a white person coming, that shit is like womp womp. Just their very energy of walking in the room, because in their genetics they radiate the Antichrist. They are a manifestation, as they were talking about, the coming of a horror man. And while you looking at all this shit as the devil and Lucifer, that's the hype. You know the devil and Lucifer is just another name for Jesus. So all the attributes that were put on Lucifer, the greatest way to hide the devil is to make him think you don't exist, is actually humanity. That's the ultimate evil. Bobby Hemmett been telling you that. Well, now we done broke it down just in another different kind of way. The ultimate evil is humanity. The ultimate evil is human thought. The ultimate evil is your ego. And your need to prove yourself correct and right. Who gives a shit? So now, what we need to have a little bit more understanding of, which we're going to go through in this last, we almost got like an hour. I'm going to try to go through as fast as I can, is something by another white guy who is an older white guy called Hilton Hotemer. And there's so much Hilton Hotemer works that what they do now, I don't think is copywritten anymore. So what people do now is they take fragments of his work and create a whole nother book. This book, We Do Not Die, I think is from a bigger work, actually, of Hilton Hotemer, which means you can find Hilton Hotemer all over Amazon. So, but this is an aspect of his work, and we're going to get through it. Because I think what black people need to understand is we don't die. Remember these words in the movie Malcolm X. Elijah Muhammad said this in the dream to Malcolm X. He said, "What is the most dangerous man on earth? The most dangerous man on earth is a man who does not fear death. He has nothing to lose." Listen to that. A man who does not fear death. When y'all say, look what the police are doing, look what they did to Trayvon, and it could happen to me and my kids. Look what the chemtrails, look at this, and look at the food and the GMO, and if you don't do that, you're going to have a heart attack, you're going to have a disease, you're going to have a stroke, you're going to have all of these shits. And we need to, as black people, more black people, and we need to shave the kids and do all of this shit. Really, all that's driven because of your fear of death. Not your zeal to live life to even study more. You just want to live life and be happy. Sing under the fucking sycamore tree. Do your rap music and be left the fuck alone. I want Rakim back. I want Heavy D back. KRS-One. It's a culture. Rap music is a culture. It's so deep because it's not just what we do. It's a culture. We wear our pants and we talk away. Rap music is a culture. It's a fucking culture that you gave to them. They are multi-billion-dollars with your black ass. So it's a culture that you fucking got robbed from. And at the end of the day, so what if it is a culture? So what? Fucking all you got is rap. I get it. I love rap. Motherfucker, I lived and died off it. I paid my rent from rap music. I started making my first rap song when I was 14. DJ for frickin' Frack. Please believe. Super Kids. Hot Day Tragedy. Super Lover C. Casanova Rudd. New York. You know what I'm saying? Just put a picture up. Producing. In-house producer for Marley Marl. Remix producer with Clark Kent. And all of that brung down. We touched everything. Remix producer with Marley Marl. Class Act. Chubb Rock. In Control with Marley Marl. Understand that. Lords of the Underground. I quit Lords of the Underground. That was supposed to be my whole project. I did all them tracks and just didn't show up to work no more. Marley wasn't paying enough. Got back with Clark Kent. Got with the Bomb Squad eventually. Did in-house production and remix Bomb Squad. Not to mention all side projects. I got a bunch of remixes, a bunch of shit down the pipe. Shit I don't even remember or care to remember. Worked with all of them niggas. Paid rent that kind of way. I am rap. And this one nigga hit me with, I am rap, man. I was there when KRS-One said it sucked then and it sucked now. And I am rap because I lived and died by this shit. You know what I'm saying? Means nothing. It's a culture, so what if it is? It's a culture within a culture that's fucking murdering you. It's a culture in a culture which is blood sucking you. You want to do something for your culture, get everybody who's in the rap culture out this motherfucker. Or destroy everybody who's anti your culture. That means you got a lot of work to do in the South, my nigga. Come down here and start. Your culture's at war, nigga. What happened to that? Motherfucking cultures go to war. What you niggas go to war? A rap battle? Cut that bullshit out. Metaphysical aspect of rap music. I get it. Everything we do is fucking metaphysical. Don't get stuck in these little categories. That's my advice to you. So we're going to go through We Do Not Die, so we have some concepts. So if y'all start embracing those concepts, perhaps you can look at this fear that's represented through white people. Like I said, you don't blame the average Joe. There's plenty of white people I know, including a white person named Joe. Don't blame the average white person, I need to hate him because he's white. Individuals, we're smarter than that. We're more complex. You have to deal with individuals. You know what I'm saying? When I worked at the rock label, I worked at many record labels as well. I worked at a rock label. This rock label was called Roadrunner Records, and it was the Def Jam of its genre of heavy metal music. It was the keep it real of it. And what was weird is when I would talk about some of my co-workers, like Monty, who was the A&R, who probably still is the A&R there, and to other white boys, them motherfuckers would be like, oh my God, you know Monty? I'd be laughing. That's a funny motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? But these motherfuckers was considered like the Russell Simmons and all that shit that niggas look up to was there. They had some Deicide, which was a satanic group. I remember they had a whole walkout because motherfuckers in the factory didn't want the artwork on the album cover. It was fucked up. Typo Negative. Niggas used to go to Scandinavia before he did an album. Fear Factory, I believe. What was it? Fear Factory, I think was the name. Machine Head. When I left, they went soft and they got, what's the motherfuckers? They did the Spider-Man thing. Everybody complains about them. Now, it's going to come to me. Real big, multi-plat. This was their biggest thing, but it wasn't metal. They got, I can't remember the name of this motherfucker's name. A couple of niggas used to dress up in face masks. And what happened was the little boy from The Sopranos used to like them. So we sent him a bunch of posters, and they put them in The Sopranos. Started with an S. Can't remember. They used to dress up in all these scary masks. And it was kind of off Insane Clown Posse era. They used to dress up in more like Jason kind of masks or shit that they made up. They was on Howard Stern. He liked them. But then the other one was Nickelback. That's the other one I was thinking about. That went multi-platinum. Little white boy group. So that's when they really made some money. But when I was there, because I was the GM, general manager, and I had to run the mailroom. So I had to hire people to work in the mailroom. So of course I got the white boys who were already there before me. My boy Pat and Bagger, they was in the band. These are my boys still to this day. They were young boys then. They got kids now. They were my boys to this day. They're white folks, Irish and all that. But, you know, they listen to the Wu-Tang and all that shit. Them niggas like, yo, they was listening to that rock music. I'm like, yo, we gonna have to break this shit up. Put on some rap for a while. I said, put on the Wu, nigga. Oh, okay. You know what I'm saying? So all we did was, they put me up on a lot of shit. All we did was, there was some shit called the Musashi tapes. They were prank tapes that were before the Jerky Boys, but the real funny shit with voices that was off the hook. There's something called the Tube Bar. The Tube Bar, y'all guys probably remember, Bart was mimicking it on The Simpsons for years. Remember when he used to call Moe and do those jokes? That's from a tape called the Tube Bar, which was ironically, I used to pass that shit every day because it was in Jersey City. And they was telling me where the Tube Bar was. The white boys was telling me where it was. And I'm like, oh, that's right there in Jersey City at Journal Square. I said, I know where that bar is. He said, yeah, the dude Red. So Red used to go, hello. And then they used to say, you know, a lawyer. And, you know, them same jokes Bart was, but them niggas was raunchy. And then you hear him, I'll kill you motherfuckers. You come down here, motherfuckers. Shit was so hilarious. All we did was listen to that all fucking day. So they put me up on a certain era, put me up on shit. In fact, they was in a band. They told me about touring and how they get their money. A lot of shit. So they're still cool to this day. So if I had an ignorant mind, they're white and I can't learn nothing. Okay, you don't want to be that way. That's a low level of thinking. You have to judge individuals, because if you really look at it, anybody who's ever cursed you, hurt you, done something to you has actually been niggas. Personally, most white people ain't really done shit. A white supremacist system is what you really feeling the effects of. So for these same guys, Pat and Bago, when it's all said and done, when we talk about economics, when we talk about getting a house, getting a job, and schooling, they're going to score just on their whiteness, not because they're evil or want to do evil or about evil. It's just that this is how the system is set up. But when you talk to them individually, they like what you like, basically. It's the same thing. So you're not hating them. Remember, I told you it's not about emotion. But you need to understand, when it comes to my spiritual science, I'm not going to sit with Stephen Bago. They cannot understand, or they're not in the same league as what I should be studying. I'm on a college level. They're on a third grade level. And they're graduating because in their heart, I could see they were pure enough to embrace. One time I did go out near their house, they were smoking weed. At the time I wasn't smoking weed. You know what I'm saying? All their friends, like, yo, why you keep skipping him? And I snuck this in from California. I'm like, nah, I don't smoke weed. In them, because they grew up with rap now, nothing in them naturally, because you could see when them, I met white motherfuckers that you could tell they're trying to be on their best behavior. Then you can tell motherfuckers is just being natural, being themselves. You know what I'm saying? Which means nothing in them psychologically really feels a certain way towards you. And that way is really through fear. You'll experience that. Maybe some of you have never experienced that. I don't really care, and I'm not trying to promote white love. I'm telling you, a more practical way is you're going to see an interface with white people. Who are you when you have to have an emotional response just because they're white? That's their shit. And if you're doing that, you're doing the shit that they taught you, because that's what they do. So you're going to meet individuals that you can rock with, and this individual, that's a white motherfucker to their core. Some of the motherfuckers, I don't even care to fucking speak to them at the same record label. It was judged, in other words, on individual. You know what I'm saying? Their spirit as an individual will tell you how you should treat somebody, no matter what color or what they're from. Their genetics tells you about alchemy, though. So now, if you want to say I'm a prejudice or discriminatory, that's where I draw the line. I don't teach white people. I don't. I teach y'all what y'all need to go and deal with, and what I'm doing now. But I'm not going to sit down here, because what I've learned are for melanated people. My study is based upon melanin. So if you don't believe in it, you don't think it means anything, goody for you. But I do. And I'm talking to melanated people, because that's my level of education. Yeah, Patton, what you do, and for the kids, I said, well, first and foremost, what I teach is beyond the kids. I don't teach childish information. You need to find somebody who's willing to teach your kid, or you teach your kid. But I like to believe this is more advanced than what kids are. And I'm sorry to say to you, Mr. White Man, based upon your genetics, this is more advanced. Don't think because you can understand what I'm saying, because I make it so it's understandable. Accessing the shit is what we're talking about, players and playettes. Y'all can access the surface level. Phil Valentine did a bunch of work on that, on second order and third order beings, which you are. You're a second order being. You're a carbon-based being. You're mankind. We're man. Meaning you are based upon us, which means anything we do and you try to do it, you tap in on the surface level of it, while black people have the ability to penetrate it. The royal penis is clean. So Hilton Holtzman, let's get through some of this, because I'm only going to go less than an hour. I will never get to it. Know thou, O Prince of Pandu, that there never was a time when I, nor thou, nor any of these princes of earth were not, nor shall ever come a time hereafter where any of us shall cease to be. You heard that? Let me tell you where that's from. 5,000 years before the world even heard of the gospel of Jesus, the Hindus taught this doctrine. The Hindus taught this doctrine. They say, know thou, O Prince of Pandu, that there never was a time when I, nor thou, nor any of these princes of earth were not, nor shall there ever come a time hereafter when any of us shall cease to be. We knew we had everlasting life before there was ever such a thing of Jesus that told you to believe in him to have everlasting life. Know this. You need to reorder your think. We are forever beings. You cannot die. There's no such thing as death for us. What are you scared of? Chemtrails and I better eat all my spirulina. For God who loved the world, a tiny speck at the end of space, he gave his only begotten Son, that whoever believes in him shall perish, but that have everlasting life. According to the statement, everlasting life is not governed by law or science. It's what man believes. Think about how dumb that is. You believe in him, you have everlasting life. Said, so remember how we thought. Old Prince of Pandu, that's your black ass. How can a man who knoweth the truth that he's a real man, that knoweth the truth that real man is eternal, indestructible, superior to time, change, an accident, how can such a man commit the folly of thinking that he can either be killed or cause to be killed or even kill himself? You understand what they're saying here? They're telling you, these thoughts that you generate, and we know you generate these thoughts, else you wouldn't even say this about Trayvon Martin. It wouldn't be a tragedy to you. Think about that. If you know the truth that you're eternal, why are you upset about Trayvon Martin? The closest you could say is, well, because we should be dictating our own deaths. We should be dying under our own terms. Well, hold up. Ain't you niggas on your basic laws of attraction? Or Oprah and The Secret? Cause and effect, if you even more advanced and know where that shit come from. Law of Tahuti. It's the fifth or sixth law. If you so advanced and you know that everything in your thought process is only manifest, if you get killed by the cops, hit in the head with a shillelagh, a safe fall on your head, you ask for it. Those are your own terms. What happened to this cause and effect? There's no such thing as an accident, and accidents or coincidences are only this law unrecognized. Meaning, it looks like some random cops are doing what they do, but if they chose you and not the next person, guess what? It was under your terms that you died, and you was ready to go. Otherwise, they couldn't have shown up. So once you start remembering and embracing that, I have to ask you, black folks, what are you so upset about? What they're doing. On a human level, it's upsetting. It feels upsetting. That's what humanity is. I see them do this or do that to a little black girl, I lose my motherfucking mind. But at the end of the day, I understand there is a purpose. There is an understanding for that. And that's was the choice she made. And I feel a certain way because humanity in its very nature dictates that I feel that way. That's what humanity is. You're not going to get over that in humanity. It's not like because I became conscious, I see and go, yeah, I'm conscious, that don't matter. Fuck, fuck the children and all that. Still see it affects me. I just put it in that 10% of tithes that I pay. I understand that's a part of the game. But I understand it's a bigger part of who you are that you know what I'm saying, you could speak to that little girl, that little boy, that Trayvon Martin spiritually and know they still exist. And they exist in a better place. All you could do is help them to realize that if they don't. And when I did talk to Trayvon Martin, he did realize that. He understood he wanted to go at this time. It does give work to the people who are supposed to be doing that work. Al Sharpton's level of consciousness dictates that. Somebody who's dealing with the science, you pass that. You graduated past that. So how can a man who knows the truth that real man is indestructible, superior to time? If you know who that, and you internalize that and understand that what you are, like Elijah Muhammad said, the man who isn't afraid of death is the most dangerous man in the world. He is truly a man with nothing to lose. You have nothing to lose. You feel this is your life. This is all I got. Let me get my yoga on, my health on. No thought to asking dudes, well, what happens when you die? They still believe they're going to God. And if you go into God, know what he's going to do? Recycle you back on earth. That's what that means. When you think you go into the Creator's job is to send your ass back here, so he can use you to pray to him again. I told you what real praying is. He could use you just to be 100% human. That's why they give you a baby brain, so you forget even what you learned. Start all over. Get a do-over. You stuck in the reincarnation, the circles of time. That's how you serve your master, the Creator that you like saying. When you get out the circles of time, you become the number 13, the Christ energy, Jesus, the Christos, or conscious. You stand in the middle circle. What's the hieroglyph for the sun? A circle with a dot in the middle. What's that dot? Your consciousness, that middle point, the all light, your soul. You releasing outside the circles of time. 12 zodiac, 12 hours in a day. What the fuck you think is going on here? It's your slavery, players, playettes. The royal penis is clean. You understand? Another reason why the scrolls were destroyed after the Bible was made, they were destroyed because they did not tell the same story about these viral matters as contained in the Bible. So he's saying at the time, because people were more wrapped up on it, all was destroyed because it didn't tell the true truth. But what fucked them up was they found what they call the Dead Sea Scrolls, or the Nag Hammadi Library. And they put it back in the Gnostic text, which you can find readily available today, because Christians have been trying so hard to put back under the umbrella of Christianity as we understand it today. The Gnostics predate the or the origin of what we call the Gospels today. So they have different books: the Gospel of Mary Magdalene, the Gospel of Thomas, and all that, which tell a different story. The Book of Seth and all this kind of shit, which tell a different story. And they tell a whole different story about what Christ is. And they say what we know now, Christ is supposed to happen in every man. He's a symbol and a concept that every man is, he's a level of attainment, not a person. Later, this has been regulated to a person. So he's talking about here why they destroyed that. Little good can be looked in for a civilization where the people live and move and have their being in such base lies as those pious frauds that are taught by the church. So little good can be looked if you're living in those base lies. And what we don't understand is, even though we change the dialogue into our consciousness, into all of that shit that we walk around with our pride on, the base of those lies hasn't changed. That's also called motif. Motif is the framework, the diagram, the technology of the church that it left in you, the blueprint, the diagram, the method, the motif that is left in you. You haven't learned to even understand it, address it, and destroy it. That's why when you hear new information, you use the same diagram motif and have this same mentality towards all that new pineal Mayat. You worship Mayat just like she was Jesus or Mary. You do. If I said fuck Horus, you niggas would lose your mind. You would. It's like saying fuck Jesus. Don't care about that no more because you feel you over that. Can you say fuck Horus? You should if it's your energy. If I drop this bottle on my toe, I'm going to say fuck this goddamn bottle. You wouldn't get upset. And you're able to say it. You still may be able to pick it up and drink your libation from it. Does it still work even though you said fuck that bottle? Huh? Yeah. It doesn't mean nothing. Oh, but you cursed it and you did this and all of this shit. No, really cursing it is really blocking yourself from the energy. That's really saying fuck Horus. So just by naming yourself that, having pictures of Horus up, if you can't obtain that light and have an understanding or have a communication with that energy, You the one who really said fuck Horus. You really cursed yourself or blocked yourself. No good can be looked in for a civilization where people live, move, and have their being in those base lies. You live, move, and have your being in those base lies that you were told as a child. So no matter what you're doing, you're still dealing with those base lies. You're still at the base of the creator, now just Horus, and you just change it up. You know what I'm saying? You just change it up. All right, let's keep going. The cosmic cycle proves life is eternal. Man does not die, he changes. Death is the word to use to indicate change. Under the law of the cosmic cycle, invisible vapor becomes visible ice. Ice returns to vapor. There's no end. Cosmic processes work in cycles. All things are eternal. So he's using ice to vapor to water, water to vapor to ice. This is a basic process of understanding we know. He's saying everything has this, as above, so below. So that means humanity is vapor. Your spirit turns the vapor to water to ice. All right? Or ice to vapor, however you want to call it. You know what I'm saying? It's just a process of change. And that's what we need to understand and know death is. Under this law, visible as spirit envelops itself under the mantle of matter called man. So your invisible self has incarnated into what you call the matter of man. And we become invisible again when spirit withdraws from the physical form, while the form disintegrates and returns to the cosmic reservoir of all things. We never die. Trayvon Martin's in the cosmic reservoir of all things. Do you people really think it's bad? You must, because you have a motif of Christianity. He was killed, or even the white man's motif. Killing is the ultimate evil you could do. The ultimate evil in the universe is misleading black people. The people who have been misleading black people, oh my goodness. When you find out the reality and who and what we are and the crimes you have really done, I feel sorry for you. I feel sorry for you. The ones with the egos may get over, but the ones who are conscious of what they're doing and making that choice to present this ignorance, I feel sorry for you. Live it up now. Live it up in this world. But I'm saying you go back to what they call the cosmic reservoir of all things. And the light you are creating down here, the energy that you're creating down here, that's all you're worth. You're not worth anything in your body. That's the energy you bring down here. I feel sorry for you. Doing it all for a penny. Belief that death is the total extinction of man is a modern one. That's new. That's a new concept. Believing that death is a finality or death is a punishment or a bad thing. That Trayvon Martin has been punished by this white man. That Ferguson has been punished by this white man. Shit. Really, that's a fucking gift. It's really a fucking gift. All truth be told, should long for death. And it's based on the false teaching of the church, which of course that is. Alright, let's keep going. And like I said, he goes in all day. Kingdom of God. According to the Bible, the gospel of Jesus preached much about the kingdom of God. People thought it must be grand, wonderful, extraordinary place, and asked him to describe it. He did and said, it's like a grain of mustard, which is sown in the earth. Is less than all seeds, but it grows and becomes greater than all herbs. Matthew 13:31. What is he talking about? That's a metaphysical understanding about your soul. Your soul is that seed. And he's saying it starts out like any other seed, but it only grows based upon your alchemy, you tending to that seed. So when you name yourself and you say Hotep and think that's all you've done yoga, you've eaten all your goddamn correct conscious spaghetti. You think that you think you're feeding or cultivating this mustard seed, but you're not. Light is what cultivates it. Your information, wisdom, and understanding. That's what cultivates that mustard seed. That's the king, and that's the kingdom of God. I'm in that kingdom. I am God, and I'm in my kingdom. which is the kingdom of my own mind. This shit down here is just what I'm going through as I build my kingdom. I am the ordinary sheep herder. You heard that shit. You heard that shit. What did you do in Zamunda? I'm an ordinary sheep herder, bitch. Meaning, I'm humbled myself. But I knew, and that was the whole idea of the sheep herder. He's getting his wisdom watching these sheep. How they behave, how they act, and where he's meditating, where he has this humble existence as an ordinary, routine sheep herder, which was that of the time. But that mustard seed, that grain sown in the earth or sown in the body, or sown in darkness, because the earth represents the darkness where the seed is in. So that dark, again, out of darkness comes that light. Out of the darkness of the earth comes that fruit, comes that tree and that fruit. Said is less than all other seeds, but it grows and becomes greater than that in all earth. Less than all other seeds, meaning it's the less because it's the last thing your ego will try to raise up, your soul. It doesn't belong in the same place. So that means the seeds you have that think that make you special, that think that you make you Brother Panic in the lecturer, the teacher. I must teach my people. I've been teaching my people. I've been creating programs for my people. I have a regiment for teaching my babies, and the babies are going to learn. I'm sowing all these seeds for the black community to transform. And let me tell you about the socialized, what you call socialized psychology of the black male's mind and the black woman's mind, and what we must do as a black people. This is why the mustard seed of your soul is the smallest of all. It sees itself as nothing. It means nothing. That's why you hear all these mythologies. That mythology of Palmagera. When a man was looking on the road for the ultimate goddess, he only ran into Palmagera. I believe that's the Palmagera one, but there's always a story like that. He keeps running forth. He kept running back and forth past this hoe, and he finally asked the hoe, he said, they told me to walk this road to look for God. And really, all I keep finding is you, this prostitute. And she said to him, I am God, motherfucker. And, this story all over and over again with mythology, because you're looking for something great. Something to blow your fucking mind away. When really, it's that little nasty thing inside of you that's always talking to you, telling you something you don't like. When you start to embrace that because you don't like it because you've been raised up as a human, and it's anti-humanity. You understand? It's telling you that it ain't about the babies. You heard all your life, it's about the babies. It's telling you it ain't about being scared of dying. And everything you've ever seen in your life is about to hold on to this. Better life. More schooling for a better life. Better job for a better life. Better wives for better lives. And if what you didn't get, put it in your kids. They need better lives. So your spirit is really telling you, what if it ain't about that? It's that nasty thing that you're not looking at. You look at that, that's the prostitute, that's the hoe. I'm gonna walk past that 3 or 4 times. Then Monday I may ask, well, where's God? I'm God. Because that's showing you how to be God, not humanity, not a human. So when you hear these anti-human things, what does that mean? You're God. So when I displayed it, I cursed. I'm like, fuck all that humanity. Early in my young brash days of lecturing. Because I haven't changed the philosophy, maybe the delivery a little bit more. That happens with change. I'm a chaos being. I change. So I don't need to prove anything and stay a certain way. But early on, you'll hear what sounds like, fuck humanity, I repeat it. Pan don't care about humanity. Pan don't care about them humans. Fuck them humans. Humans. Because what I was doing was embracing that little prostitute, that little hoe, that doesn't quite get along with humanity. Don't think I'm stupid. If I needed a bigger base and people to love me, don't you think I know how to talk? You don't think No, I chose to talk the way I did, and it would be at the cost of alienating some folks, those whole teppers, because I wanted to be truthful with you. I wanted to be fake with you. Oh, my beloved queens, your womb is what brings forth all life on this planet. It begins and ends with you, my beloved queens. And it does. But if I sit there and say that all the time, what I did was raise up your fucking self-esteem and your ego. I'm here to challenge your black ass. I'm here to challenge my own black ass. So I know I'm here to challenge anybody who's listening to this. I'm here to challenge you. I'm trying to explain to you how this comes, what it comes, how it comes. That's what that means when you walking past this prostitute on the road. That's the nasty thing, or the idea of something lowly. And back then, I guess that was one of the most lowly things you could be when they was creating these mythologies. But but it's the idea of this lowly thing in you is God, and God, the true God, is going to speak to you against humanity. The false God is going to tell you all the great ideas to raise up humanity. A Ahriman, remember that. We just went through it now. Don't act like you don't know. The great things, the great things in the universe are always simple. Too simple to be noticed. That's what we just talked about with the prostitute thing. Too simple to be noticed. The great truths in the world are too simple to attract attention. So the real thing, while you're looking for the white people to die, the chemtrails to stop, all these great events, all the shit in the cosmos. Oh, the sun is doing that. The moon lined up with that. Uranus did all of that. The real truths are self-realizations. And you can only get them if you have faith in yourself, faith in your intuition, and faith in what it is that comes out of you is divine. So go ahead, eat the pizza. It's still divine. Bobby Hemmett was the master at telling me that. Spirit told me to eat a Suzy Q, so I did it. Spirit told me to eat a fucking ham sandwich, so I did it. I'm like, God damn, you know what I'm saying? But what he's trying to display to you is he's listening to every whim that comes from his spirit, because it's going to lead, guide, and protect him, even if he's not conscious of how it's doing it all the time. Those little things are the most deepest and prime and things you're going to get. While you're looking for something to happen on Pluto that's so magnificent, Pluto is just energy you just pull on. And you can pull on Pluto when it's in conjunct with Uranus, whatever. But that should not be everything you're sitting around waiting for. Ultimately, you're the one who's Pluto in conjunct with Uranus. You're the one who created all the planets, all the stars. Huh? So what comes out of you is more divine than any fucking major change that you are waiting for, looking for, the 212, the fucking Nibiru to come fuck back around, or aliens to land and say, hey, my nigga, y'all ready to go home, the mothership, and all that shit. That's all symbolic of something that's supposed to happen in you. But it starts, the great things in the universe are always simple, too simple to be noticed. So I told you before, spiritual energy is subtle energy, subtle intuition. You're looking for subtle things to communicate with you. And that's the great truths that you're looking for. The ancient symbol. The ancient symbol of the kingdom of God was simple as the biblical description of that kingdom. Just a dot in a circle. What did I tell you? They're showing you the kingdom of heaven. That's you. That's your pineal gland. A dot in a circle. That's how they were describing that shit. Are you trying to describe angels and St. Peter at the gate? Pussy forever. The royal penis is clean. While you trying to do all of that, a dot in a circle is how the ancients did it. A symbol says 1,000 words. To them, the circle represented eternity, and the dot represented the infinite creative principles, two attributes of superior power. Dwells in the grain of corn, and every living thing from the mustard seed to man. The circle has no beginning, has no end. The dot can be expanded into infinity and contracted into infinity. Here it is contracted. When you die, your eye will be expanded. The all-seeing eye is now the pineal gland, contracted, expanded into the all-seeing eye. Come on, niggas. Stop acting like what I'm saying is not what you heard before, but now you're getting it. The royal penis is clean. Motherfucker's gonna learn today, goddammit. Don't make me get up. Don't make me get up. Don't make me get out my seat, nigga. The royal penis is clean. Alright. me. I'm just going to move on because I want to get some of this in. What is man? An organized unit of waves animated in the cosmic spirit, making man an instrument through which cosmic spirit contacts the material world, as the Bible states. Alright, so what is man, basically? You are a spiritual entity having a human experience. You're not a human who has spiritual experience. You're not a man with a soul. You're a soul entrapped within a man. Alright? Which means everything you should be doing is to cultivate the true self, the soul, or your spirit. And you're experiencing it as a tool. The royal penis is clean. Just like your TV is a tool, you have 100 channels on your TV. Your TV is one thing that gets different frequencies or different channels to funnel through it. Your thinking dictates what channel you're tuned into. I like Jell-O. What we call life is an effect. What we call life is an effect. We've now taken that effect and think that it is the cause. Remember that fifth or sixth law of Tahuti? It is the fifth law. No, I think it's the sixth law. Cause and effect. With every effect, there's a cause. With every cause, there's an effect. There's no such thing as coincidence. Coincidence is this law unrecognized. Cause and effect. Every cause, there's an effect. Every effect, there's a cause. So what is life? Life is an effect. Therefore, we have to understand the cause. Now we're getting this now. Life is not the cause. We walk around like life is the cause. Everything we do, we're initiating the cause. But we're reacting to everything because life is truly an effect of a cause. What's the cause? Just like Eddie Murphy had to come to Queens, Earth, to give his love to bring her back to Zamunda. That's the cause. The effect is the entire movie. They robbed his clothes. That was an effect of his cause. He went to the church. Effect of his cause. He worked at McDowell's, an effect of his cause. What was his truth? Semi, who represented semi-consciousness. This movie was a metaphysical movie. It was done by John Landis, who's an occultist. So don't think I'm just reaching here. Semi represented semi-conscious. Get a bitch and let's go home. I don't need a manicure. That's you talking your consciousness, semi-consciousness, because that's what you niggas really are. Semi. I'm in dire need. We're in dire straits. King of Zamunda, send us. Come on home. That was the returning of Osiris, or returning of Jesus. Take him back home. My son works. The royal penis is clean, sir. So now, man, or what we call life, is an effect. He was in that barber shop. This make it look nice and neat. That's an effect of a cause. His cause was what? To go down and get love. Our cause is the alchemy that we're doing down here, niggas. Come on now. I know you hear this. I know you hear me, niggas. Come on now. You can't front on what you got today. This is a powerful lecture. I believe. I like Jell-O. So, what we call life is an effect. See, and we're, again, reacting to the effect and not understanding the cause. What I've been teaching you, what Bobby's been teaching you, others have been teaching you, is how to understand the cause, the true self, or why you're here. All that other shit becomes an effect. We'll see how pathetic it is when these cops beat kids, as opposed to how damaging and powerful and detrimental this is to the black community, how fucking petty and fearful and scared and nothing they are when they do it. Which we know in theory, but we don't feel it. We still feel threatened by it. It can happen to us, it can happen to Trayvon, it could happen to me. So, it's an effect produced by a cosmic spirit or a cosmic cause. The effect of your life has a cosmic cause. I want you to hear that. I'd do a fucking whole lecture on that. And it's acting through the brain, the body. The effect appears in man's brain as a state of consciousness. So the effect appears in your brain as your entire consciousness. But it's not the cause. You're going to have to go within and deeper to understand the cause of your consciousness. See, once you become conscious, you think you have made it. That's the first step. Well, what's the effect of your consciousness? That's what I did. Because I was conscious. I was always conscious. And then when I started hearing conscious information in this circle, I said, after a while, I started saying, I know the new words now: melanin, kundalini, pineal, chakra, shakti. You know what I mean? You name it. You know what I mean? Hotep. But then I started feeling, now that I can intellectualize with this, I don't have enough. It's not enough for me. I want to know why we are this, because this doesn't do enough if I even know this, know how to interact socially with other conscious folks, know there's a conscious level of folks. It makes me feel like I always was conscious. I feel kind of better about myself and how I thought all my life. But what's the cause? Me, the difference? I want to know the motherfucking cause of this effect. And that's when me and Bobby actually became cool, because he seen I wasn't bullshitting with this shit in terms of the studies. He seen my aggressiveness, and that caught his attention out of all the people he was teaching. And these are words he said. These are his words in 2008 to me. He said, called me and said, Panic, I got to tell you. Been teaching for over 10 years, close to 15 motherfucking years at this time. He said, you're the only person I met that has decided or has made it to a level where they dwell amongst the gods. He said, back in whatever year he was, he said, my lectures changed. There was Bobby Hemmett, the researcher. Then there was a level I broke through and started to dwell among the gods. He said, I've never met anybody but you that dwells among the gods. And that's based upon work. Am I special? No. But I decided to work. My work was to know the cause. What's behind the veil? What's this shit all about? Besides satisfying myself with the effect of know what's the effect of consciousness? Your beautiful dreads. Your new words, Hotep, Kundalini. Your new diet. Your new exercise program. Your new interaction with the queen. You call black men king now. You say Hotep. That's a fucking effect. And you don't even know the cause. Alright? You've been learning today. Oh, you're going to learn today the royal penis is clean. I like Jell-O. Alright, let me keep going because, you know, shit never ends. We at the 5-hour mark. But you niggas got enough to do whatever. There is no consciousness in the brain except that is produced by the supreme power acting on the brain. So even your consciousness comes from elsewhere. It's not in your thinking. Therefore, you're not going to become conscious this reading. And that's what I told you in the last lecture, part 1 to this, that the white man's intellect is what's been saving him. Because his consciousness is focused here in the brain. The effect he doesn't come from a cosmic cause. He comes from the cause of the will of black people who created him in the priesthood of Yaku. He comes from that will. He doesn't come from a cosmic will. Like I said, the question becomes, can he obtain a cosmic will? And when me and Bobby probed this idea, there's nothing we found that said he couldn't. Let's just say it that way. Especially if you believe this is about transformation. If you know it's about transformation of believing what you know. So there's no consciousness in the brain except produced by the supreme power acting on the brain. The Egyptians told you that. What did they do when they mummified you with the brain? Huh? Stripped it out through the nose and threw it in the fucking corner. No consciousness in the brain. Alright? It's your supreme power acting on the brain. You need to understand what your supreme power is, cause and effect. But material science holds that the recognition of that power would mean to accept as a fact the existence of the spiritual world of the ancient heathens. So that means, and he's talking to white folks here, if you were to embrace what I'm talking about, even on a little level, even though it's all over the walls, it's all over the ancient worlds, based upon white supremacy, that means you would have to embrace the spiritual world of the heathens, because that's where it comes from. Meaning you have to co-sign with black science. He's talking to white people. He said the material science, this is white people shit, material science and black people shit really now, holds that recognition of that power, that divine power, would mean to accept the fact that the existence of the spiritual world of the ancients, the heathens, because the ancient heathens, and he puts quotes, explain the puzzle in these words. So basically he's saying this is what black people understood and explained already. Remember, I just got finished telling you there's nothing new under the sun. White people are not breaking through. They're under the illusion of breaking through, making now the eye watch to make you think they're going somewhere or coming up with something that Kessler made up. This is nigger shit. It all has been. We have figured it out. We have said it. We are the grand scientists. The Most High is us. You need to know that. That's why I say you can't play with us. You're under the illusion that you're playing with us. They said, behold, I show you mastery. We will not sleep in death, but we shall be changed in a moment, in the twinkling of the eye. Retold in Corinthians 15:51 to 52. You can be changed in the twinkling of an eye once you forget about this death concept. Consciousness on the physical plane ends, disappears, and is replaced by a state of consciousness on the spiritual plane, or higher plane, higher octaves of time and space. So your personal consciousness becomes a state of consciousness. You need to hear that. Your personal consciousness, so what you do down here personally, the study, is then going back to a state of holistic consciousness. And the state of holistic consciousness based upon your level of light. And the more you raise up humanity, and even though you use information, you didn't add the light of consciousness. So no matter how much hoteps you say, no how much, and you still cry about Trey Barton for the sheer human tragedy of it all. You still worried about the democratic process of due law, how to get bigger houses when you deal with law, how to get a better check based upon some conscious scam or scheme, or even cause it works. Doesn't matter. But if that's all you about, I can say if you get a check, get a conscious scheme, and do whatever, do it. Why not? But if that's all you about, if you're saying Hotep at the end of the day, I got my check, Hotep, and that's all you got, and that's all you're going for, you may have a problem, because that level of consciousness turns into a state of consciousness. So what state of consciousness are you in? When everything you work for dies with you. If you work for better taxes, material, better job, better bitches getting pussy, better kids, when that dies, that's not coming with you. So you may have been an expert, a master at all those things. When you die and find out white people don't go where you go, they don't exist there. There's no more war against them. And let's say, for whatever reason, you want to debate and say, yeah, white people do go there. They can't get in there doing the shit they're doing down here. So they must have been a motherfucking exceptional white man or woman to get there. So when you find out there is no war, when you spent your whole life trying to figure out a war with them that you never even threw a rock at them, when you're trying to figure out a war, and your state of consciousness has only been dealing with that war, then what? Now what the fuck what? Is the royal penis clean? Is the royal penis clean, sir? The state of consciousness of spiritual plane on the higher axis of higher consciousness on the physical plane ends, disappears, and is replaced by a state of consciousness on the spiritual plane, higher octaves of time and space. I mean, every social thing that you could talk about with black people in America, and the problem of it is going to disappear. That was your consciousness. If you don't have nothing else, the state of consciousness is suffering. I do things for my state of consciousness. And I also understand that we have to be aware and conscious of what's going on around us on Earth. All that's true. All that's true. Hold on, let me find out what my son was saying. Do we have Stephen King's It? Nope. And his mother, Khadijah, asked for that shit. They fucking scary movie motherfuckers. I got thousands of movies. I might try to move this camera so y'all can see the level of game I have. I'm in my office. I have 3 bookcases full of fucking movies up and down, all DVDs. I'm a movie guy. I can't fuck with them scary. Them shit is corny. I have a section for it, but you know, shit like Relic, Silent Hill, Prophecy. I'm reading off the movies. And Bobby be giving me any fucking thing. He gave me some shit called The Thirst. Like, it's unwatchable. He used to give me just so much shit. Well, like Merlin shit, too. I'm like, man, I'm going to give that shit to somebody else. But, The Frighteners, The Lazarus Project, Stay, 28 Weeks Later, The Omen, but The Relic, Death Trance, Stigmata, all the prophecies, actually. The Here's Bobby shit, The Art of the Devil, And then my son gassed me up into getting the 4th Kind and all that shit. I stopped that bullshit. Well, you get it. From Beyond, which is The Ruins. But there's Altered States I talked about in the last one. But that's as far as it gets. Prestige, which I need to watch again. Me and Bobby was just talking about it. Bobby's doing great. Everybody says, well, let's hit with Bobby. Excellent. Doing great. His mind is there. He's just dealing with the body. But the mind is there. So they asked me, do I have it? No. That sounds like some Khadijah shit, though. She on that shit, too. Remember, Khadijah does the readings. Y'all need to get with these readings. Listen to her testimonies so y'all can see for yourself. Some of the best readings right under my nose. I didn't even know she was that ill with it. This motherfucker, I be going downstairs listening to the door and shit. Motherfucker sound crazier than me down there. And you're a motherfucking ass. And you nigga that. I'm like, God damn, bitch, you don't even walk around this motherfucker like that. That's how I knew that shit was coming. She coming, hi, baby. She was downstairs doing what happened? You know what I mean? I was like, please, can I get a reading? I want to see what's up. She won't do a fucking reading on me. Okay, I'll do it. But this has been going on. You know it's real when you keep hearing this. And you'll see in our testimonies and the people who said it, there's no way she could have known that about me. That's when you get the real reading, not no goddamn what they call a psychic cold reading. The niggas is saying some obvious shit about you. Shit like, you need to get you a fish tank. That's going to be great for you. Well, I have a fish tank, and I feel relaxed, but it's not making me more spiritual. You know what I'm saying? Because I can get in that motherfucking swim with him, and that ain't happening. So, I keep hearing constantly from folks, there's no way she would have known that. She has repeat customers at this point, too. She started to see repeat customers from the very short time she was doing this. Which meaning they're getting what they want. They're just getting a different type of reading, whatever. They're getting what they want, what they need. I'm happy for that. So you need to see for yourself. And, I made the pricings. With black people, I make it my business to keep out my prices and everything I do quite low. I understand we're not rich, but I don't want to corrupt myself. Because what I did find out was black people do kind of have the money. Because, motherfuckers buy a nice amount of money, which I never thought that would be. So that's a myth, that black people don't have money. But at the same time, it's not going to make me start getting greedy for money and know that they can pay more and will charge more. So I charge a very fair amount. Because at the end of the day, I really want people to access what I access. I really want you to be able to get it. But at the even end of the day, I still need to know I need to charge something because that's how I exist. I do nothing but this. So I exist off of what you guys buy. And with that being said, it allows me to keep doing this because my shit was together way before I started doing this. I wasn't suffering and figured out a hustle. I was getting money. Anybody who knows me will tell you. Even in my job, I was getting money. I had my MCSE, MCSA, all my Microsoft certified big dog shit. Any place I sent a resume, somebody was calling back. And I was happy to have a job. I already spent a life making rap music money that was delicious. I was used to having money. Then in the 90s, what I did was, when the email started selling porn on the internet, I was making 25 G's a month. That's real. That's real. Killing them. That lasted for a year until the internet got really popular, a year and change. Then I went on to, I said, well, shit, I'm out of options. I'm out of music. I'm out of options. Let me go study. I'm studying. I'm a reader. Took me a year. I studied all the new hottest, the A+, the Network Plus. Studied, took the test, was banging them shits out. Then said, let me go for the big dog. At the time, that was the Microsoft Certified System Engineer. Not just, that was networking on the engineer level. That was the big dog. 7 tests, 7 complicated tests. Passed all them shits. Still got that. MCSA, administrator, system administrator, MCSE, system engineer. Niggas was ball hugging me. Anywhere I went, royal penis was clean. I was making good money just doing my job. I didn't say, oh, I got a better scam. I was good money. I was $1,000 air when I was speaking on this shit before I even just heard. The spirit told me to sell herb packs. And what it allowed me to do was put my head fully into spirituality to bring you lectures like you just heard. Some people, this shit is absolute gold. Some motherfuckers, I'm saying some good points. This is on you. This is your consciousness. Alright, let's keep going. I'm about to end this. Man cannot die. What appears as death is change of consciousness. It occurs in a moment from consciousness of being alive in a physical body, the physical plane, to a state of consciousness of being alive in a spiritual body on the spiritual plane. So why do you think even as conscious folks, ideally, you're on this rush to learn? Because at least you put yourself theoretically or on the surface of what your true plight is, and that is to learn and change. Because you understand now, but supposed to understand, number one, there is no death. So when you thought there was death, you get the right to be the ultimate human. So real consciousness is the understanding that you don't die. That's step one. So what happens when you die becomes step two. So you move from individual consciousness to a state of consciousness, a state of being. And you understand that the human body is an apparatus for obtaining or enhancing your state of consciousness or your state of being. So then all your work is to enhance that afterlife. So then you hear people say, the white man is getting his now while you talking about heaven. That's just another stupid thing to say. Because when you enhance the spirituality state of consciousness, humanity falls under that banner. I live greatly as a human because I put all my all in spirituality. If I put the ceiling on my humanity, then I'm going to start seeing shit falling apart. I can't get this, I need that, I'm struggling for that, we ran out of that, guess what, they turned the lights off. None of that happens to me because I put spirituality first, and humanity is a sub-understanding of your true state of consciousness. So ideally, you're supposed to realize there's no death, release that fear, release that ignorance, and understand it's just a different state of consciousness. So man cannot die. What appears as death is change of consciousness. So once you understand you cannot die, when you're about to change consciousness, you understand your race or your work down here is to obtain a higher state. Because you were already in a state of consciousness before you got here. If you came here, then you're here to enhance your house, which is when you go back, you obtain more than you came down here with. I know that's working for me. I study my ass off. Ain't nothing else but study. Every time I feel I'm not studying, goddammit, I feel like I'm jipping myself. Every time I'm in the place sitting down and I don't have a book, it's a jip. Every place I gotta wait somewhere, if I can't pull out a book, it's a jip to myself. Especially after sit for some goddamn hours. I better be reading. What else you got to do? I'm here to, this is my work. I'm putting all my eggs in that basket. Like I said, this is not to take away from enjoying yourself here. You better learn how to balance the two. That's all I'm saying. I know how to balance the two. All right. The supreme power speaks through man, not to man. The supreme power speaks through man, not to man. So there's no God speaking to me. This is me reflecting energy to you, coming through me as a man. You understand? I'm only tapping in when half the shit I don't know what I'm going to say before I say it. That I promise you. This is not written down. I'm just guiding myself by the subject. But all the shit I say, that was not had nothing to do with this lecture. This lecture is a whole nother lecture from the other lecture. Technically, I'm calling it part 2, but it's a whole different understanding and then more advanced understanding. That's because this energy is coming through me. And you hear that, Erykah Badu doing them. Well, it's not me, it's coming through me. This fake humility. And maybe maybe she's not fake or whatever. But that's a concept. That concept is the supreme power speaks through man, not to man. So God is never going to talk to you like Moses on the burning bush. He's going to talk through you because you're going to manifest God powers. There's no God out there. There's no Jesus out there. There's no Lucifer out there. There's no Ahriman. These are energies that manifest through you. They interplay in this great stage called planet Earth. So you got to know your role down here. Your consciousness dictates your role. Who are you? Are you just Mr. Hotep, Divine, Spirulina? Or are you really here to do some work? Transform yourself. Saying Hotep, saying hello, then change it into Hotep is not transformation, my niggas. Saying Amen, then changing it to Ashe, it's not transformation, my niggas. The royal penis has got to be clean, Your Highness. So, consciousness after death. Science makes people fear death by claiming that death means the complete and total extinction of man. Theology makes people fear death by teaching that he that believeth and is baptized shall be saved, but he that believeth not shall be damned. So yet again, a belief system is what dictates you into heaven. How silly is that? It's the work. You create your own heaven. The kingdom is within you. Remember that? Kingdom of heaven is within you. You're believing that the kingdom of heaven is within you based upon the stuff that you know may be your process, but just having a shared belief and not believing, come on. In the Bhagavad Gita, it is written, know that, O Prince of Pandu, that there was never a time when I, nor any of these princes of the earth was not, nor shall there ever come a time hereafter when any of us shall cease to be. Oh, wait a minute, where have you heard that before? Oh yeah, you heard it an hour ago in this here book when I read it to you. Now you're hearing it in this here book when I'm reading to you. In the Bhagavad Gita, I told you it was a Hindu thing. See what I'm saying? This is what real motherfuckers are relying on. Ancient science, y'all. And from there, you speculate your reality based upon advanced words that were manifested from source information. Not just motherfuckers' interpretation. We need to get with this shit. Alright, let me see it, because I'm going to find something to end it on. We were almost at the end anyway. Let me just end it with this, because we had enough. We are the Spirit of God, and the Spirit of God is eternal. Why think that we can die and become extinct? The Masters never taught salvation by faith and atonement, nor are these doctrines part of esoteric scriptures. These doctrines are perverse from the original doctrines due to the degrading hand of the church, which invented its savior to be a clearinghouse in this trafficking of souls. And we'll end there. You can get the book, We Do Not Die, Hilton Hotima, and read more for yourself. But what they're talking about, there's a system that we have been under for the trafficking of souls, the trafficking of energy. But they're only reflecting a work of a greater deity that exists, that created, there's an energy that created this material world. You can't deny that. This illusionary world. That energy still exists and it still has a will. That will has been humanity. Humanity is the crown of the will based upon your ego of an energy. So while you're thinking that it's the white man, you're distracted. That's what's called an illusion. You see an illusionist, they call it the sleight of hand trick. The first key to any illusion is to be able to direct the attention somewhere else. So while you're looking at this hand is doing the work. You understand what I'm saying? So while you're looking at the white man, there's something doing the work. This has been decoded already as Yaldabaoth, Yahi-Wahi, Jehovah, Allah. All of these entities that want you to bow down to them. All of these entities that in the doctrine makes you the ultimate in man, a wretch. Something that was created by him and owe all your existence to him. These things are supposed to dwell within you. In the very Bible where it's telling you to do all it, it also tells you the kingdom of God is within. Are ye not gods? So all of this is to say and to tell you and to speak to you and to say to you, look, the consciousness is within you. You have to start changing your mind. You need to listen to what I just got finished saying. There's no way to sum it up. And like I said, classes are starting. If you want to actually start having accesses, for me to start working on your thinking of how to access all that shit you keep fucking playing around with, you keep flirting with and twirling around as your science. Let me show you how to really access it. And let me also say this. It's up to you. It's not up to me, and no one can do it for you. No lecturer can do it for you. The lecturer can only remind you of the work you need to do. Your primary is to go into your own melanin mind, see what you come up with, and go into your meditative mind, your zone, whatever it is, your form of magic, astral travel, candle magic, whatever the fuck it is you want to call it. You need to go within and listen to your intellect, your intuition, and your imagination, and make whatever world you decide. Because when you're in your mind and you don't have a body, whatever world you made with your mind is your new reality. That was shown in the movie What Dreams May Come, which is with Robin Williams, Cuba Gooding Jr. on Netflix. You can watch What Dreams May Come when they tell you all about what happens when you die in the worlds that you make with your mind. That's real. You do make these worlds with your mind. Your state of consciousness, not what you just call consciousness. Your state of consciousness. My state of consciousness is very advanced. Yours can be too. I teach you how. Come to my classes, occultlectures.com. Email me, panicpack@hotmail. Get at me for your next step. I'm still very moderately priced for what it is you are getting out of it. You're going to have to work hard and work on yourself, but I show you how to do it, which no one is really showing you how to do it. They're showing you what's hot and saying to yourself, that's what you got to do. You still walk away confused, and you know it. So I'm here to unconfuse you. You know what I'm saying? My royal penis is clean, motherfucker. So what y'all need to do is get with me, occultlectures.com. Go on these classes. We're about to start now. So peace, beloved, Otep, Ashe, Ptah, Mayat, Pineal, Chakras, Kundalini, Shakti energy, Spirulina, Kemetic yoga. I think I covered everybody just now. You know what I'm saying? Aborigani.